When Harry Potter touched the resurrection stone at age 6 and Death became his mentor. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Met Death. Harry Potter hated gardening. Not because of the dirt or the bugs or even the backbreaking work, though none of those things were particularly fun either. No, he hated it because Aunt Petunia always found something wrong with his efforts, no matter how carefully he worked. "Boy! You've missed half the weeds behind the hydrangeas," she screeched from the kitchen window. "And don't think I didn't notice you crushing my petunias." 6-year-old Harry sighed, pushing his taped-together glasses back up his nose. The July sun beat down on his back as he dug his small fingers deeper into the soil, working around Aunt Petunia's precious flowers. His knees ached against the hard ground, but he knew better than to complain. "Better finish before Uncle Vernon gets home," he muttered to himself, reaching deeper into the soil to grab a particularly stubborn weed root. His fingers brushed against something smooth and cold. Curious, Harry dug around it, expecting a pretty rock he might be able to keep hidden in his cupboard. What he pulled out instead made him forget all about Aunt Petunia's shrieking. A small black stone, perfectly smooth except for a strange symbol etched into its surface, a triangle with a circle inside it, bisected by a line. It seemed to pulse gently in his palm, like it had its own tiny heartbeat. "Weird," Harry whispered, turning it over 3 times as he examined it. The garden around him suddenly went silent. The birds stopped chirping. The distant sound of lawn mowers and children playing vanished. Even Aunt Petunia's voice disappeared mid-screech. The sunlight dimmed as if someone had thrown a dark veil over the sky. "Well, this is unexpected," said a voice behind him. Harry spun around, nearly falling backward into Aunt Petunia's prized roses. Standing on the lawn was the strangest person he'd ever seen. At first glance, they looked like an ordinary person, maybe a man, maybe a woman, Harry couldn't quite tell. They wore a simple black suit that somehow seemed to shift and move like smoke. Their face was handsome but constantly changing in subtle ways that made Harry's eyes hurt if he focused too long. Sometimes they appeared young, sometimes ancient, but always with eyes as deep and dark as the space between stars. Hello," Harry said cautiously. "Are you one of Mrs. Fig's friends?" The figure laughed, a sound like distant wind chimes. "I am no one's friend, Harry Potter. At least, I wasn't until now." Harry's eyes widened. "How do you know my name?" "I know everyone's name eventually." The figure moved closer, seeming to glide rather than walk. "But yours has been of particular interest to me for some time now. The boy who should have died but didn't." Harry scrambled backward. "Are you going to hurt me?" "If you're here to take me away, Aunt Petunia will do absolutely nothing because time has stopped," the figure finished. They gestured around the garden. "Look." Harry glanced around and gasped. A bumblebee hung motionless in the air beside a flower. A water droplet from the sprinkler next door was suspended in midair, catching the light like a tiny crystal. And through the kitchen window, Harry could see Aunt Petunia frozen mid-scowl, her mouth open in what would have been another screech. "Who are you?" Harry whispered. The figure gave a slight bow. "I have many names in many languages. But you might know me best as Death." Harry blinked. "Like, the Grim Reaper? With a scythe and everything?" Death sighed. "Popular culture has much to answer for. No, I don't carry a scythe unless the situation particularly calls for it. And I only wear a hood in cold weather. But, if you're Death, why aren't I dead?" Harry asked, surprising himself with his boldness. "An excellent question." Death sat down cross-legged on the grass, patting the space beside them. "Come, sit. This might take some explaining." Hesitantly, Harry moved to sit opposite Death, still clutching the stone in his hand. "That stone you're holding," Death said, pointing, "is one of my artifacts. One of 3, actually. It's called the Resurrection Stone. It allows the holder to recall shades of the dead from my realm. But more importantly for our current situation, it also has the rather annoying ability to summon me." Harry looked down at the small stone with new respect. So I summoned you. By accident? Indeed. Though I must say, of all the people who have held that stone throughout history, you're the youngest. Death tilted their head, studying Harry with those infinite dark eyes. And certainly the most interesting. Me? Interesting? Harry couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Vernon says I'm the most boring, useless boy in England. Death's expression darkened, and for a moment, the air around them grew cold. Vernon Dursley is a small man with a smaller mind who will one day face me with nothing but regrets to his name. Something about the way Death said this made Harry shiver despite the summer heat. But let us speak of more immediate matters, Death continued, their tone lightening. 5 years ago, you survived a curse that should have been unsurvivable. I was there that night in Godric's Hollow, Harry. I was there to collect your parents, my parents. Harry interrupted, his heart suddenly racing. You saw them die. Death's expression softened. I did. I was there when James Potter stood wandless against the most dangerous dark wizard of the age, trying to buy time for your mother to escape with you. I was there when Lily Potter refused to step aside, when she offered her life in exchange for yours. And I was there when that sacrifice created a protection so powerful that when Voldemort cast the killing curse at you, it rebounded upon himself. Voldemort? Harry whispered the unfamiliar name. A dark wizard? But Aunt Petunia said my parents died in a car crash. The temperature around them plummeted so suddenly that frost began to form on the grass. A car crash. Death's voice was soft but filled with terrible anger. They told you Lily and James Potter died in a mundane car crash. They don't like me asking questions, Harry said quickly, feeling strange defending the Dursleys but frightened by Death's reaction. They don't like anything unusual. And yet they took in a wizard child, Death murmured. Harry felt like the world had tilted beneath him. A what? A wizard, Harry Potter. That's what you are. Just as your parents were a wizard and witch before you. Death waved a hand, and a small flame appeared, dancing above their palm. Magic is real. It flows in your blood, your bones, your very soul. Surely you've noticed strange things happening around you. Especially when you're frightened or angry. Harry thought about the time his hair had grown back overnight after Aunt Petunia had cut it all off. He remembered somehow ending up on the school roof when Dudley and his gang were chasing him. The glass that had vanished at the zoo just last month. That was me. Doing magic, he asked, eyes wide with wonder. Uncontrolled, wild magic, but yes. Death closed their hand, extinguishing the flame. You come from a long line of powerful witches and wizards, Harry. Your heritage has been kept from you, your birthright denied. That ends today. Harry looked down at the stone in his hand, then back up at Death. Why me? Why are you telling me all this? Death was silent for a long moment, their form shifting slightly like smoke in a gentle breeze. Because you intrigue me, Harry Potter. In all my countless years of existence, you are the first mortal to ever survive the killing curse. The first to reflect death back upon its caster. And now, by purest chance, you have found one of my hallows before you've even begun your magical education. They leaned forward. I want to see what you will become. What do you mean? I mean, Harry Potter, that I am offering to teach you. Harry's jaw dropped. Teach me. Teach me what? Magic. History. The truths that others would keep hidden from you until they decide you're ready. Death smiled, and for a moment, they looked almost kind. I will teach you about your parents, about the world they came from, the world you belong to. And in return, all I ask is that you keep the resurrection stone safe and that our arrangement remains our secret. Harry hesitated. Even at 6 years old, he knew enough stories to be wary of mysterious deals. Are you going to take my soul or something? Death laughed, a surprisingly warm sound. No, Harry. Your soul remains your own. Consider this, mentorship a matter of personal interest. The boy who lived, tutored by death itself. It has a certain poetry, don't you think? Before Harry could answer, a sound like distant thunder rumbled through the garden. Death glanced up, suddenly alert. Our time grows short for now. The stone's initial summoning can only bend time so far. They fixed Harry with those bottomless eyes. Do we have an agreement? Harry thought about his cupboard under the stairs, about Dudley's hand-me-down clothes, about Aunt Petunia's screeching and Uncle Vernon's bellowing and all the years of being told he was nothing, no one, unwanted. He thought about the parents he couldn't remember and the magic Death said ran through his veins. Yes, he said firmly. We have an agreement. Death smiled and extended a hand. When Harry took it, the hand felt neither warm nor cold, but like touching the memory of a sensation. Then we begin tonight, after the household sleeps. Keep the stone close, it will allow me to find you. With that, Death seemed to dissolve into the air like dark smoke, and sound rushed back into the world. Birds chirped, sprinklers hissed, and Aunt Petunia's voice came mid-sentence through the window. If those beds aren't perfect when Vernon gets home. Harry quickly pocketed the stone and returned to weeding, his mind racing with all he'd learned. Magic was real. He was a wizard. His parents hadn't died in a car crash but were murdered by an evil wizard. And now death itself was going to teach him. For the first time he could remember, Harry Potter smiled as he worked in the hot garden, anticipation building in his chest for what nightfall would bring. That night, after the Dursleys had gone to bed, Harry lay awake on his thin mattress in the cupboard under the stairs. The resurrection stone clutched tightly in his small hand. He'd been afraid he'd dreamed the whole encounter in the garden. It wouldn't be the first time he'd had vivid daydreams to escape his dreary reality, but the stone was real, solid and cool against his palm. Are you there? He whispered into the darkness. The air in the tiny cupboard seemed to thicken, shadows pooling in the corners before coalescing into Death's form. Somehow, the tall figure fit perfectly in the cramped space without seeming to shrink. This, Death said, looking around at the spider-webbed walls, the single bare bulb, the shelf with Harry's few broken toy soldiers, is where they keep you. It wasn't a question, but Harry nodded anyway. It's not so bad, he lied. I don't take up much space. Death touched the cupboard wall, and the wood seemed to age 100 years in an instant, developing deep cracks. They keep a child in a cupboard, Death murmured, while their own son has 2 bedrooms. Harry sat up straight. How did you know Dudley has 2 bedrooms? I've been in this house before, Harry. I am in all houses eventually. Death turned those depthless eyes to him. The magic your mother used to protect you has certain requirements. You must call this place home for it to function. But there is nothing that says you must be mistreated while here. Harry didn't fully understand, but before he could ask more questions, Death sat on the edge of his mattress. The bed didn't creak or dip under their weight. But we have more important matters to discuss. Tonight, we begin your true education. Death held out a hand, palm up. May I see the stone? Harry hesitated only briefly before placing the resurrection stone in Death's palm. Death examined it, turning it over carefully. The resurrection stone, they said, is one of 3 objects known as the Deathly Hallows. According to wizard legend, they were created when 3 brothers cheated me with magic. The truth is somewhat more complex, but the legend will do for now. They handed the stone back to Harry. This stone can recall the dead from my realm, but only as shadows of themselves. It is not true resurrection, nothing can truly reverse death, but it allows for conversations. Harry clutched the stone tightly. Could I see my parents with it? Death's expression was unreadable. You could, but I would advise against it. Not yet. The dead who are summoned exist in a state of half-being. It can be painful for them, especially those recently departed. And for the living, such encounters often bring more grief than closure. Disappointment flooded through Harry, but he nodded. I understand. In time, perhaps, when you better understand the stone's nature. Death held out a hand again, but this time, a small book materialized above their palm. For now, let us begin with something more fundamental, understanding what magic is. Harry took the book, leather-bound, its cover unmarked. When he opened it, the pages were blank. The book will reveal its contents as you're ready for them, Death explained. For tonight, we'll start with the basics. All magic comes from life, and all life eventually comes to me. It is a cycle, Harry, not unlike the changing seasons or the movement of stars. Wizards and witches have the rare ability to tap into this cycle, to borrow energy from it to reshape reality according to their will. As Death spoke, words and diagrams began to appear on the previously blank pages of the book, illustrating the concepts. The magic inside you is wild right now, untamed, responding to your emotions rather than your intentions. The first step is learning to feel it consciously, to sense it within yourself. Harry looked up from the book. How do I do that? Close your eyes, Death instructed. Harry obeyed. Now, think of a time when something inexplicable happened around you. Something you now know was magic. Harry thought of the school roof, how terrified he'd been as Dudley and his gang chased him, how desperately he'd wished to be somewhere, anywhere, else. I can feel it, he whispered, surprised. There was a warm, tingling sensation in his chest, like sunlight trapped beneath his ribs. It's like being warm from the inside out. Good, Death said, approval evident in their voice. That warmth, that energy, is your magic. It responds to your will, your intent. With practice, you won't need fear or anger to access it. You'll be able to reach for it calmly, purposefully. Harry opened his eyes, the warm feeling fading but not disappearing entirely. Can I try doing something? On purpose? A simple exercise, then. Death pointed to a broken toy soldier on Harry's shelf. Focus on that toy. Feel your magic, just as you did a moment ago. Visualize it moving, not how it would move if you picked it up, but how it would move if your magic carried it. Harry stared at the little green soldier with its missing arm. He reached for that warm feeling in his chest, imagining it flowing down his arm, out through his fingertips, and wrapping around the toy like invisible hands. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, just as Harry was about to give up, the soldier wobbled. Encouraged, Harry focused harder. The toy rose unsteadily into the air, hovering a few inches above the shelf. I'm doing it, he gasped, then promptly lost concentration. The soldier clattered back onto the shelf. Excellent, Death said. Most wizard children cannot perform deliberate magic at your age, even something so simple. You have natural talent. Pride bloomed in Harry's chest, a feeling so unfamiliar it took him a moment to recognize it. No one had ever told him he was good at anything before. Why do wizards use wands if they can do magic without them? He asked, remembering Death's earlier mention of his father being wandless. Wands are focuses, tools that help channel and direct magic more precisely. Think of it like drawing. You can finger paint, and with practice, you might create beautiful images that way. But a fine brush allows for more detail, more control. Death gestured, and the pages in Harry's book flipped to an illustration of different wand woods and cores. When you turn 11, you'll receive a letter inviting you to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. There, you'll get your own wand. 11. That's 5 years away. Harry couldn't hide his disappointment. Why so long? Patience, Harry Potter. The wizarding world has its traditions and systems. But nothing says you cannot learn in the meantime. Death's smile was enigmatic. By the time you receive your letter, you'll be far ahead of your peers in understanding, if not in practical experience. They spent the next hour with Harry practicing simple magical exercises, feeling his magic, directing it in small ways. By the time they finished, he could reliably lift the toy soldier and even make it march across the shelf. That's enough for tonight, Death said as Harry stifled a yawn. Growing bodies need rest. Will you come back tomorrow? Harry asked anxiously. I will return whenever you summon me with the stone, provided it's safe to do so. Death rose, their form becoming less solid. Keep the book hidden. The Dursleys would not react well to discovering it. Wait, Harry said quickly, before you go, what happened to the wizard who killed my parents? Voldemort. Death paused, half dissolved into shadow. He is not truly dead, nor is he truly alive. The night he tried to kill you, his soul was torn from his body. He exists now as less than a ghost, but more than a memory. One day, he will attempt to return. And when that day comes, Harry Potter, you will need to be ready. With those ominous words, Death vanished completely, leaving Harry alone in his cupboard with a magical book, a mysterious stone, and more questions than answers. The weeks that followed were the strangest and most wonderful of Harry's young life. By day, he was still the Dursleys' unwanted nephew, doing chores and avoiding Dudley's gang. But at night, in the secrecy of his cupboard, he became a student of death itself. Death was a surprisingly patient teacher, guiding Harry through magical theory, wizard history, and practical exercises tailored to his age and abilities. The magical book filled with information as Harry learned, becoming a personalized grimoire of everything Death taught him. He learned about Hogwarts and its 4 houses, about the Ministry of Magic, about the recent wizarding war that had claimed his parents' lives. Death spoke of Lily and James Potter not as distant heroes or tragic victims, but as people, their strengths, their flaws, their love for each other and for their son. Your father was talented but arrogant in his youth, Death told him one night. Your mother was brilliant but stubborn. They grew into better versions of themselves together. They would be proud of your quick mind, Harry. Such comments always left Harry with a complicated mix of emotions, pride, grief for what he'd lost, and determination to live up to his parents' memory. But the most immediate change in Harry's life came from an unexpected direction. 3 weeks after Harry first met Death, Uncle Vernon raised his hand to strike Harry for supposedly burning the breakfast bacon. Before the blow could land, Vernon froze mid-swing, his face turning an alarming shade of purple-gray. He clutched at his chest, gasping. Vernon! Aunt Petunia shrieked, rushing to her husband's side as he staggered back, the pain in his chest subsiding as quickly as it had come. That night, Death materialized in Harry's cupboard with an expression that might almost be called smug. Did you do something to Uncle Vernon today? Harry asked immediately. I merely gave him a preview, Death replied, sitting on the edge of the mattress. A small taste of what awaits him if he continues on his current path. The human heart is such a fragile thing. You can do that? Give people heart attacks? I am Death, Harry Potter. I do not cause death, I merely collect when the time comes. But I can, nudge perception. Show possible futures. Death's expression grew serious. Vernon Dursley will not raise a hand to you again. Neither will your cousin. I've seen to that as well. Sure enough, the next day at breakfast, Uncle Vernon couldn't quite meet Harry's eyes. He barked orders as usual but kept his distance. And when Dudley moved to shove Harry while they washed dishes, the larger boy suddenly went pale and backed away, as if seeing something terrifying over Harry's shoulder. The changes extended beyond just preventing physical abuse. Within days, Harry found himself moved from the cupboard to Dudley's second bedroom, a development that left his cousin howling in protest until he too went ashen-faced and silent mid-tantrum. What did they see? Harry asked Death that night, now sitting on a real bed in a proper bedroom, small and shabby though it was. I showed your uncle the cardiac ward where he will spend his final days, Death said matter-of-factly. I showed your cousin the consequences of following in his father's footsteps, the loneliness, the health problems, the emptiness of his future. As for your aunt. Death's expression softened slightly. With Petunia, I used a different approach. I reminded her of her sister. Aunt Petunia hates any mention of my mom, Harry said, puzzled. Hate and love are often 2 sides of the same coin, especially among siblings. Petunia Evans loved her sister once, before jealousy poisoned that love. Death waved a hand, and an image appeared in the air, two young girls, one with fiery red hair and bright green eyes, the other taller, thinner, with a pinched expression but the same shaped eyes. I showed her what Lily would think of how she's treated her only child. The result was a strange new household dynamic. The Dursleys still didn't like Harry, still found him an unwelcome burden, but a thin veneer of civility now overlaid their interactions. Harry got proper portions at meals, hand-me-downs that actually fit, and even a small allowance for helping with chores that had once been forced labor. "It's not exactly a loving family," Harry commented to Death as July turned to August, "but it's better. Love comes in many forms, Harry. Sometimes, respect and basic decency must be the foundation before anything warmer can grow." Death handed Harry a new book, a real one this time, not the magical grimoire. "Now, let's continue your studies of magical history. Tonight, we discuss the founding of Hogwarts." But not all of Harry's lessons with Death were academic. Some were far more practical, and far more troubling to the neighborhood around Privet Drive. "Focus, Harry. Feel the boundaries between this world and the next. They're thinner than most realize." Harry stood in the backyard under a full moon, the Dursleys asleep inside. At nearly 7 years old now, he'd been studying with Death for almost a year. His control over his magic had grown exponentially, allowing him to perform wandless feats that would impress even adult wizards. Tonight, they were attempting something new and difficult, sensing the presence of spirits. "The veil between worlds fluctuates," Death explained. "During certain times, solstices, equinoxes, Halloween especially, it grows particularly thin. Even non-magical humans sense this instinctively, which is why so many death-related traditions surround these dates." Harry closed his eyes, reaching out with his magic as Death had taught him. At first, he felt nothing but the cool night air on his skin. Then, gradually, he became aware of presences. Not fully formed spirits, but echoes, traces of those who had once lived and died in Little Whinging. "I can feel them," he whispered, eyes still closed. Like shadows moving just out of sight." "Good," Death said approvingly. "This sensitivity is rare, even among wizards. Your connection to the Resurrection Stone has heightened your natural abilities in this area." Harry opened his eyes, blinking as the spiritual impressions faded from his awareness. "Is that why the Dursleys' neighbor's dog always barks at me now? Because it can sense death around me? Animals are more perceptive than humans in many ways. Your association with me has left a subtle mark on you, not visible, but perceptible to certain sensitive creatures." Death gestured to the night sky. "Just as you're beginning to perceive the echoes of the dead, some might begin to perceive something different about you." Harry frowned. "Is that dangerous? Will it give away what we're doing?" "Not dangerous, no. But it may attract attention." Unknown to either of them, it already had. In a house 3 streets away, Mrs. Arabella Figg sat surrounded by her cats, writing a letter with trembling hands. "Albus, something has changed with the Potter boy. My cats won't go near him anymore. They hiss and run whenever he passes. And there's been strange occurrences, lights in the yard at night, plants withering or blooming out of season near where he walks. Most troubling, the Dursleys' behavior has altered dramatically. They've given him Dudley's second bedroom and new clothes." When I mentioned this change to Petunia, she went white as a sheet and changed the subject. "I fear something has interfered with the wards or with the boy himself. Please advise." Arabella miles away in Scotland, this letter would soon land on the desk of Albus Dumbledore, setting in motion events that would challenge Harry's secret education. But for now, on this warm August night, Harry Potter continued his lesson under the tutelage of Death, blissfully unaware of the ripples spreading outward from their unusual partnership. By his 7th birthday, Harry had developed abilities that set him distinctly apart from other children his age, magical or not. His control over wandless magic had progressed from simply levitating objects to manipulating them with precision. He could create small flames, move water in fascinating patterns, and even influence simple electronics, making lights flicker or radios change stations with a thought. Death had also taught him to shield his mind using basic occlumency, explaining that certain powerful wizards could read thoughts and memories. Dumbledore will be able to sense your abilities when you reach Hogwarts, Death warned. But with these shields, he won't be able to discern how you acquired them. Is Dumbledore bad? Harry asked, confused. Death had spoken of the Hogwarts headmaster with a mix of respect and wariness. Not bad, no. Albus Dumbledore is a great wizard who genuinely wants what's best for the wizarding world. Death's form shifted slightly, becoming more serious. But his vision of what's best includes having you develop in very specific ways. He left you with the Dursleys despite knowing they would mistreat you. He believes suffering will forge you into the weapon needed to defeat Voldemort when he returns. Harry absorbed this silently, considering the implications. So he's not evil, just willing to sacrifice me. He would say he's making difficult choices for the greater good. Death's tone held old bitterness. It's a phrase he learned from another wizard, long ago, one who started with noble intentions and ended causing great suffering. These philosophical discussions became as much a part of Harry's education as spellwork and history. Death pushed him to think critically about power, responsibility, and the complex morality of both magical and non-magical worlds. But while Harry's magical development flourished in secret, his isolation grew. Children at school kept their distance, unsettled by something they couldn't articulate. Teachers found his gaze too knowing, his questions too probing for a child his age. Even the Dursleys, while no longer abusive, maintained a wary, nervous distance. They sensed something different about you, Death explained when Harry expressed frustration about his loneliness. Humans instinctively recognize predators and power beyond their understanding. They're responding to the mark my presence has left upon you. So I'll never have friends? Harry asked, trying to mask the hurt in his voice. Death's expression softened. You will find your people, Harry Potter. Those with the courage and perception to see beyond the surface, to value your uniqueness rather than fear it. They'll come in time. That time seemed distant to a 7-year-old boy, however powerful, who watched other children play together while he sat alone. The isolation might have been bearable if not for a new development that autumn, the appearance of a strange man in a purple cloak who seemed to be watching Privet Drive. Harry spotted him first while walking home from school, standing beneath a distant tree, half hidden but clearly observing. Someone's watching the house, Harry told Death that night. A man in wizard robes, I think. Death wasn't surprised. Dumbledore has watchers. Your neighbor, Mrs. Fig, is one, a squib who reports to him. But if a wizard has been sent openly, it means they've detected significant magical activity. Will they take me away? Harry asked, suddenly afraid. For all its flaws, Privet Drive was the only home he knew, and his nighttime lessons with Death had become the center of his existence. Not yet. The blood wards your mother created still protect you here, and Dumbledore values them too much to remove you before you're 11. Death considered the situation. But we must be more careful. No more outdoor practice. And I'll teach you to dampen your magical signature. The next lessons focused on magical concealment, techniques to keep Harry's growing powers from radiating outward where they might be detected. It was delicate work, requiring him to contain his magic within his body rather than letting it flow naturally into the environment around him. It's like trying to hold my breath, Harry complained after a particularly difficult session left him exhausted. A good analogy, Death agreed. And just as uncomfortable at first. But with practice, it will become second nature, something you can maintain even while performing magic. The Watchers continued through the autumn, sometimes the purple-robed wizard, sometimes a witch with a stern expression who somehow reminded Harry of a cat. But as Harry mastered the containment techniques, their visits grew less frequent, until by Christmas, they had stopped entirely. They believe whatever anomaly they detected has subsided, Death said with satisfaction. Dumbledore will assume it was a flare of accidental magic, perhaps triggered by emotional distress. Harry nodded, relieved but also a little disappointed. Part of him had hoped the wizards might make contact, might offer a connection to the world he belonged to but couldn't yet join. Death seemed to read his thoughts. For more years, Harry. Then you'll step fully into the wizarding world, better prepared than any first year has ever been. To fill the loneliness of his days, Harry threw himself into his magical studies with renewed vigor. Death began teaching him about magical creatures, potion ingredients, and even rudimentary wand movements using a stick Harry had found and carefully shaped. Without a proper wand, your casting will be limited, Death explained, but understanding the movements and incantations will give you a head start once you have one. By his 8th birthday, Harry had filled 3 magical grimoires with notes and could recite the properties of most standard potion ingredients. He had also developed a particular talent for communicating with snakes, a discovery made when he encountered a small garden serpent while weeding. Parseltongue, Death had named the ability, the language of serpents. It's extremely rare, usually hereditary, and often associated with dark wizards, particularly Salazar Slytherin and his descendants. Am I related to Slytherin? Harry had asked, startled. Not directly, no. Your ability comes from elsewhere. Death had been uncharacteristically evasive. We'll discuss it when you're older. Despite Death's occasional secrecy, their relationship had evolved into something Harry treasured. Death was teacher, protector, and the closest thing to a parent figure he'd ever known. They celebrated his achievements, guided him through difficulties, and shared knowledge no living wizard would have dared impart to a child. On quiet nights, Death would sometimes tell stories of history as they had witnessed it, the rise and fall of civilizations, the great wizards and witches who had changed the world, the subtle ways magic had shaped human development even when most couldn't perceive it. Magic has always existed, Death told him. But its relationship with humanity has changed over centuries. Once, it was worshipped as divine. Later, feared as demonic. Now, it hides in plain sight, a secret world alongside the non-magical one. Which is better? Harry asked. Neither. Both. It depends on one's perspective. Death's smile was enigmatic. The separation protects both worlds in some ways, harms them in others. Balance is the key, as with all things. Balance became a recurring theme in their lessons, balance between life and death, between power and restraint, between knowledge and wisdom. Harry learned not just how to perform magic, but when and why he should, or shouldn't. The greatest wizards understand that simply because you can do something doesn't mean you should, Death cautioned him. Magic, like any power, carries responsibility. These philosophical lessons proved as valuable as the practical ones in the spring of Harry's 9th year, when he faced his first real test. Dudley's gang, while no longer physically threatening Harry, had taken to bullying a younger boy who'd moved to the neighborhood. Harry watched from a distance for several days as they cornered the child, taunting him and stealing his toys. I could stop them, he told Death that night. Just a small spell to make them trip, or make their shoelaces tie together. Death regarded him thoughtfully. You could. But consider, what would such intervention teach them? And what would it risk revealing about yourself? Harry frowned, considering. If they saw me doing magic. Indeed. Exposure is a risk. But there's a deeper question here, is magic the only solution? Or the best one? The next day, when Dudley's gang cornered the boy again, Harry approached openly. No magic, no tricks, just a small 9-year-old boy standing up to 5 larger ones. Leave him alone, Harry said simply. Dudley sneered, though Harry noted he kept more distance than he once would have. What's it to you, freak? Nothing, Harry replied calmly. Except you look pathetic, 5 big kids picking on one little one. Guess you're still too scared to pick on anyone your own size. The confrontation might have turned ugly, but 2 things worked in Harry's favor. First, the strange wariness the Dursleys had developed around him had extended to Dudley's friends, who shifted uncomfortably when Harry fixed them with his too knowing gaze. Second, Mrs. Henderson from number 6 happened to be passing by and paused to watch the interaction with open interest. "Everything all right here, boys?" she called. Dudley and his gang shuffled back, muttering excuses before slouching away. The younger boy looked at Harry with wide, grateful eyes. "Thanks," he whispered. "I'm Mark." "Harry," he replied, offering a small smile. "Want to play at the park? They won't bother us there." It wasn't magic that won Harry his first friend, but simple human courage and kindness. Mark Evans became a regular companion, one of the few neighborhood children who didn't find Harry unsettling. His simple, straightforward friendship provided something Harry's complex relationship with death couldn't: normalcy. Death approved of this development. "Balance, Harry. You walk between worlds, magical and mundane, living and dead. Connections to both are necessary for your growth." As his 9th year progressed into his 10th, Harry maintained this careful balance: magical studies by night, a semblance of normal childhood by day. The Dursleys continued their wary tolerance, giving Harry unprecedented freedom as long as he maintained good grades and caused no trouble. Little did any of them realize that this period of relative calm was merely the eye of a storm. The magical world hadn't forgotten the boy who lived, and as his 11th birthday approached, the quiet life Harry had built under Death's tutelage was about to face its greatest disruption yet. 10-year-old Harry Potter sat cross-legged in his bedroom, eyes closed in deep concentration. 5 small objects, a marble, a pencil, an eraser, a coin, and a small glass bead, rotated slowly in the air before him, each following its own distinct pattern. Without opening his eyes, he increased their speed, then made them weave between each other in complex formations. "Impressive control," Death commented from where they stood by the window. Few adult wizards could manage such precise manipulation without a wand. Harry opened his eyes, allowing the objects to settle gently back onto his desk. "I've been practicing every night." "I know." Death's expression was proud. "Your progress exceeds all expectations. By the time you receive your Hogwarts letter, you'll have knowledge and abilities that will set you apart from your peers." "1 month to go," Harry said quietly, excitement and anxiety warring in his voice. After nearly 5 years of secret study with Death, the prospect of finally entering the wizarding world properly both thrilled and terrified him. Death moved to sit opposite Harry. Over the years, they had taken to appearing in increasingly human form around him, still otherworldly, still with those infinite dark eyes, but with expressions and mannerisms that made their interactions more natural. "There are things we must discuss before that letter arrives," Death said. "Preparations to make, decisions to consider." Harry nodded seriously. Their lessons had grown increasingly focused on practical knowledge about Hogwarts, wizarding politics, and the events surrounding Voldemort's rise and fall. "When you enter Hogwarts, you will be a celebrity," Death continued. "The boy who lived, famous for something you don't even remember. People will have expectations, preconceptions. Some will want to use you, others to befriend you for your fame, still others to harm you because of what you represent." "I know," Harry said. "We've talked about this." "Yes, but now you must decide how to present yourself. You cannot reveal the full extent of your abilities or knowledge. It would raise too many questions about how a Muggle-raised child learned advanced magic before even holding a wand." Harry had considered this problem often. "I'll need to hide some of what I can do, at least at first." A wise approach. "But you must also decide how much of yourself to show beyond your abilities." Death leaned forward. "The hat will offer you choices, Harry Potter. Slytherin for your cunning, Ravenclaw for your knowledge, Gryffindor for your courage, Hufflepuff for your loyalty. Each path offers different advantages, different challenges. Which would be best for preparing to face Voldemort eventually?" Death's expression grew thoughtful. "There is no single, best path. In Slytherin, you would learn the mindset of your enemy, gain allies with connections and influence. In Ravenclaw, you would expand your knowledge, find those who value wisdom over bravery. In Gryffindor, you would be where Dumbledore expects you, where your parents thrived, surrounded by those who act boldly. In Hufflepuff, you would find the most loyal friends, learn the value of community and mutual support. Harry considered this. You're not going to tell me which to choose, are you? No. Death smiled slightly. This must be your decision. But remember, the house does not make the wizard. You will carry what I've taught you regardless of which color adorns your robes. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of the doorbell downstairs. Harry glanced at his clock, almost 9 in the evening, an unusual time for visitors. Death went suddenly still, their form growing less substantial. Someone magical approaches. Someone powerful. Harry's heart raced. Already? But my birthday's still weeks away. Not Hogwarts business, Death said, moving to the window and peering out. Albus Dumbledore himself has come to Privet Drive. Harry scrambled to the window, catching sight of a tall figure in midnight blue robes standing on the Dursleys' doorstep. Even from above, the wizard's long silver beard was unmistakable after seeing him in the history books Death had conjured. Why would he come early? Harry whispered, panic rising. Can he sense you? Or what we've been doing? He likely sensed something unusual about your magical development, despite our precautions. Death's form grew fainter. I must withdraw completely, his magical perception is extraordinary. Remember your occlumency. Show surprise at learning about magic. Reveal nothing of our arrangement. Before Harry could ask more questions, Death vanished completely, leaving him alone as Uncle Vernon's outraged voice floated up the stairs. Now see here. It's the middle of the night. Who do you think you are, barging in with those ridiculous clothes and making demands? A calmer, deeper voice responded, too quiet for Harry to make out the words, but somehow compelling even at a distance. A moment later, Aunt Petunia's shrill voice called up the stairs. Boy! Come down here at once. There's someone here to see you. Harry took a deep breath, quickly hiding his magical books under the loose floorboard beneath his bed. He checked that the resurrection stone was securely hidden in the secret pocket he'd sewn into his pajama bottoms, then headed downstairs, schooling his features into innocent curiosity. In the living room, the most bizarre scene awaited him. Albus Dumbledore, exactly as he appeared in the wizard photographs Death had shown him, sat comfortably in Uncle Vernon's armchair, calmly sipping tea. The Dursleys huddled together on the sofa, looking utterly terrified. Dudley's hands were clamped firmly over his bottom, his eyes wide with horror. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore said warmly, rising to his feet. At last we meet. I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry forced himself to blink in confusion, as if this meant nothing to him. Sir. School of, what? Dumbledore's bright blue eyes studied him intently, and Harry felt a subtle pressure against his mental shields, exactly as Death had warned might happen. He maintained his puzzled expression while keeping his shields firmly in place. I see, Dumbledore said, a note of sadness entering his voice as he turned to the Dursleys. So you never told him? Never explained his heritage, his parents' world, or even how they truly died? Uncle Vernon made a strangled noise. Aunt Petunia's lips pressed into a thin line, but her eyes darted nervously to Harry. Told me what? Harry asked, injecting just the right amount of confusion and growing curiosity into his voice. Dumbledore sighed. Harry, you are a wizard. As were your parents before you. They did not die in a car crash, as you may have been told. They were murdered by a dark wizard named Lord Voldemort, the same wizard who gave you that scar, when his attempt to kill you somehow failed. Harry touched his scar, allowing genuine emotion to show. This part required no acting. Whenever he thought about his parents' murder, real grief and anger surfaced. A wizard, he whispered. Magic is real. Indeed it is. Dumbledore drew a wand from his robes and gave it a gentle flick. The teacup on the coffee table transformed into a small bird that fluttered around the room before turning back into a cup and settling in its saucer. Dudley squeaked in terror. Uncle Vernon made incoherent sputtering noises. Aunt Petunia simply stared at her lap. Normally, you would receive your Hogwarts letter on your 11th birthday, Dumbledore continued. However, certain, unusual magical occurrences in this area over the past few years prompted me to investigate personally. His piercing blue eyes studied Harry again. Have you experienced any instances where strange things happened around you, Harry? Particularly when you were frightened or angry? This was the moment death had prepared him for. Harry nodded slowly. Sometimes. Things move without me touching them. Once I ended up on the school roof when Dudley was chasing me. Is that magic? Precisely. Uncontrolled magic, common in young witches and wizards before they receive proper training. Dumbledore smiled kindly. At Hogwarts, you will learn to control these abilities, to understand and use them properly. Harry allowed excitement to show on his face, again, not entirely feigned. Despite all death had taught him, the prospect of attending an actual school of magic, of meeting other magical children, filled him with genuine anticipation. When can I go? How do I get there? Where do I get wizard things? He asked, letting the questions tumble out as any excited child might. Dumbledore chuckled. All in good time, my boy. Term begins September 1st. Your letter will arrive on your birthday with all the necessary details. I can arrange for someone to help you purchase your school supplies from Diagon Alley. The headmaster turned back to the Dursleys. I had intended to wait until Harry's birthday to address this matter, but recent fluctuations in the magical protections around this home concerned me. His voice remained gentle, but Harry detected a steely undertone. I trust that Harry will be properly informed about his heritage from now on, and that his remaining time here will be comfortable. Uncle Vernon made a noise that might have been agreement. Aunt Petunia gave a tight nod, still not meeting Dumbledore's eyes. Excellent. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. Do you have any questions for me, Harry? 1,000 questions raced through Harry's mind, questions about his parents, about Voldemort, about the wizarding world. But he remembered Death's coaching and stuck to what an uninformed child might ask. Will I be very far behind? If I didn't know about magic until now? Not at all. Many students come from non-magical families without any prior knowledge. You'll catch up quickly, I'm sure. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Your mother was one such student, and she became one of the brightest witches of her age. They spoke for a few more minutes, with Dumbledore explaining basic information about Hogwarts and the wizarding world. Throughout the conversation, Harry felt the headmaster's subtle attempts to probe his mind, always meeting the shields Death had helped him build. Finally, Dumbledore rose to leave. I'll send Hagrid, our gamekeeper and a good friend of your parents, to help you with your school shopping on your birthday. Until then, Harry, take care. With a nod to the still stunned Dursleys, Dumbledore swept from the house. Through the window, Harry watched as the tall wizard simply vanished from the end of the driveway with a faint pop. The moment he was gone, Uncle Vernon rounded on Harry. You knew, didn't you? All this time, doing your freakish things in secret. I didn't. Harry protested. I just knew I could make things happen sometimes. I didn't know it was magic or about Hogwarts or any of it. Vernon, Aunt Petunia said sharply, her face still pale. Leave it. Just, leave it. She turned to Harry, her expression unreadable. Go to your room. We'll discuss this tomorrow. Harry retreated upstairs, his mind racing. Once in his bedroom with the door closed, he whispered urgently, Are you there? Death materialized gradually, their form less substantial than usual. Dumbledore's magic lingers in the house. We must be cautious. Why did he come early? Does he know about you? No. But he sensed something unusual in the magical signature around this house, likely the cumulative effect of our lessons, despite our precautions. Death looked thoughtful. He suspects something, but not the truth. He believes there may be outside interference with the wards, perhaps someone trying to locate or influence you. Harry sat on his bed, running a hand through his messy hair. He tried to read my mind. Yes. Your shields held admirably. Death's expression showed pride. You played your role well. The confusion, the excitement, all convincing. What happens now? Now, we adjust our approach. Dumbledore will be watching more closely. Our lessons must become less frequent, more carefully concealed. Death moved closer. The stone will always allow you to call me, but until you're safely at Hogwarts, we should limit our contact to essential matters only. Harry felt a pang of loss. His nightly lessons with Death had been the centerpiece of his life for 5 years. And once I'm at Hogwarts. Hogwarts has secrets even Dumbledore doesn't know. Places where we can meet safely. Death's form began to fade. For now, rest. Prepare yourself for the next phase of your journey. Remember everything I've taught you, but reveal it cautiously, gradually. I will, Harry promised. Thank you, for everything. Death smiled, a surprisingly gentle expression on their otherworldly face. The boy who befriended Death. Your story is just beginning, Harry Potter. With that, Death vanished completely, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the weight of the resurrection stone in his pocket, a constant reminder of the extraordinary path that had begun 5 years ago in the Dursleys' garden and was about to take him into the wider wizarding world. Chapter 2, Shadows of Hogwarts. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, the gleaming Hogwarts Express belching steam into the crisp September air. Around him, families hugged goodbye, students shouted greetings, and owls hooted in their cages. After 5 years of learning about the wizarding world in secret, seeing it burst to life around him felt surreal. His trip to Diagon Alley with Hagrid had been fascinating, pretending amazement at things Death had already taught him about while genuinely marveling at experiencing them firsthand. The gentle giant had been so eager to introduce Harry to everything magical that maintaining his facade of ignorance had been easier than expected. Harry's fingers brushed against the holly wand in his pocket. The moment Mr. Ollivander had placed it in his hand, he'd felt his carefully controlled magic surge in recognition. Curious, the wand maker had muttered, explaining its connection to Voldemort's wand. But Harry had already known, Death had told him about Brother Wands years ago. Need help with that trunk? A friendly voice asked, snapping Harry from his thoughts. A tall, red-haired boy about his age stood before him, flanked by identical twin brothers. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley, the boy said. And these are Fred and George. Harry Potter, he replied, watching their eyes widen and flick to his scar. Blimey, one twin whispered. Are you really? Asked Ron, seeming both awed and embarrassed by his own question. Harry nodded, smiling genuinely. Death had warned him about his fame, but experiencing it was different. Yeah. And I'd appreciate the help, actually. The twins hoisted Harry's trunk onto the train with exaggerated grunts while Ron chattered about Hogwarts houses. Harry listened attentively. This was the real wizarding world, not just Death's lessons. These would be his classmates, maybe even his friends. After years of isolation, the prospect both thrilled and terrified him. Soon they were settled in a compartment, Ron explaining his family while Harry nodded along, careful not to reveal how much he already knew about wizarding families. So it's true then? Ron finally asked. You were raised by Muggles. What are they like? Harry considered his answer. Not great, to be honest. They don't like magic. Ron frowned. That's rough, mate. But hey, you're going to Hogwarts now. Best place in the world, my brothers say. Their conversation was interrupted when the compartment door slid open to reveal a girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No toads here, Ron said. The girl's attention shifted to Harry. Holy cricket! You're Harry Potter. I've read all about you. I'm Hermione Granger. She thrust out her hand, which Harry shook. And you are? She asked Ron. Ron Weasley, he mumbled through a mouthful of chocolate frog. Pleasure, she said briskly. You two should change into your robes. I expect we'll be arriving soon. After she left, Ron rolled his eyes. Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it. Harry laughed but felt a strange connection to the girl's intensity. Death had told him to look for allies with different strengths than his own. Hermione clearly had knowledge, even if she lacked tact. The rest of the journey passed in a blur of countryside, sweets, and Ron's stories about his brothers. Harry carefully played the role of an ordinary, excited first year, hiding the years of knowledge Death had imparted. When the Hogwarts Express finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt a genuine thrill. Pictures and books couldn't capture the magic of this moment, stepping onto the platform, hearing Hagrid's booming voice calling for first years, seeing the castle looming against the night sky as their boats glided across the Black Lake. It's even better than I imagined, Harry whispered, and meant it. The entrance hall took his breath away, massive stone walls lit by flaming torches, a marble staircase leading to the upper floors. Everything pulsed with ancient magic that Harry could feel thanks to Death's teachings. He closed his eyes briefly, sensing the centuries of spellwork layered throughout the castle. Potter's already falling asleep standing up, sneered a pale, blonde boy Harry recognized immediately as Draco Malfoy from Death's descriptions of prominent wizarding families. Harry opened his eyes, keeping his expression neutral. Just taking it all in, he said calmly. It's quite something, isn't it? Malfoy looked momentarily wrong-footed by Harry's composed response. Well, yes. For those of us raised properly in wizarding families, this is just coming home. Must be overwhelming for others. His eyes flicked to Ron's worn robes. Before Harry could respond, the ghosts arrived, streaming through the walls and chattering about Peeves. Harry had been prepared for this moment, but not for their reaction to him. Nearly headless Nick stopped mid-sentence, his translucent form growing even paler as he stared directly at Harry. The fat friar behind him gasped audibly. All the ghosts froze, their conversation dying instantly. The marked one, Nick whispered, barely audible. Death's chosen, the fat friar murmured, making a strange gesture with his hand. The bloody baron drifted closer, his silver bloodstains gleaming in the torchlight. You carry the shadow of the final crossing, child, he said in a hollow voice. What bargain have you made? Harry maintained his surprised expression while inwardly cursing. Death had warned him that spirits might sense his connection, but he hadn't expected such a public reaction. I don't understand, Harry said, injecting confusion into his voice. What are you talking about? Professor McGonagall's arrival saved him from further questioning. The ghosts dispersed quickly, shooting final curious glances his way before disappearing through various walls. Around him, first years whispered excitedly about the ghosts, seemingly oblivious to the strange interaction, except for Hermione Granger, whose shrewd eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Form a line and follow me, McGonagall instructed, leading them into the great hall. Despite Death's detailed descriptions, Harry couldn't help but gape at the enchanted ceiling, the thousands of floating candles, the 4 long house tables. At the high table, he immediately identified Dumbledore in the center, his silver beard shining in the candlelight. His eyes seemed to find Harry instantly, twinkling with interest. Harry's gaze moved along the staff table, pausing on a hook-nosed professor with greasy black hair, Severus Snape, just as Death had described him. Next to Snape sat a nervous-looking man wearing a purple turban, Professor Quirrell. The moment Harry's eyes fell on Quirrell, a chill ran down his spine. Death had prepared him for this too, explaining Voldemort's likely methods of survival and possible return. The professor's aura practically screamed wrongness to Harry's trained senses. 2 souls inhabited that body, one weak and cowering, the other dark and fragmented. Harry quickly looked away, not wanting to draw attention. The Sorting Hat's song provided a welcome distraction, though Harry barely listened, his mind racing with plans. Quirrell's presence confirmed Death's suspicions. Voldemort was trying to return, and sooner than they'd anticipated. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," McGonagall announced, unrolling a long parchment. Harry watched as students were sorted one by one, considering his options. Death had discussed the houses at length, explaining their values and reputations. The choice would be his. The hat would offer options based on his character. Granger, Hermione. The bushy-haired girl practically ran to the stool and jammed the hat on her head. Gryffindor, the hat shouted after a moment's deliberation. Ron groaned beside him. Harry smiled slightly. Hermione's intelligence would make her a valuable ally, regardless of house affiliation. When Malfoy, Draco, was called, the hat had barely touched his head before declaring, Slytherin. Finally, McGonagall called, "Potter, Harry." Whispers broke out across the hall as Harry stepped forward. Students craned their necks for a better look at the famous boy who lived. Harry walked confidently to the stool, his face neutral despite the unwanted attention. Said a small voice in his ear once the hat dropped over his eyes. "Oh my! What have we here? This is unprecedented." "Hello," Harry thought calmly. "You carry Death's mark, Harry Potter," the hat whispered. "I've sorted thousands of students in my time, but never one who walked with the Endless One." "I'd appreciate your discretion," Harry thought back. The hat chuckled. "Your secrets remain your own. I cannot reveal what I see in students' minds. But what an extraordinary mind you have. Knowledge beyond your years, courage in abundance, cunning and ambition, loyalty to those who earn it. Where to put you?" Harry considered carefully. "Where would I find the best allies? Where would I have the freedom to grow without too much scrutiny?" "Slytherin would help you on the path to greatness," the hat suggested. "Your cunning would be valued there. But with your unique connection, perhaps too many questions might arise. Ravenclaw would nurture your knowledge, but they prize understanding above all. They might not rest until they've uncovered your secrets." "And the other houses?" "Hufflepuff would accept you without question, offer unwavering loyalty. But Gryffindor, yes, Gryffindor would both expect and excuse unusual behavior from the boy who lived. Dumbledore expects you there, which would reduce immediate suspicion, yet the house values independence enough to give you room to maneuver." "Then it seems clear," Harry thought. "Indeed. Better be Gryffindor," the hat shouted the last word to the hall. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. The Weasley twins chanted, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Harry removed the hat and walked to his new house table, noting the calculating look Dumbledore gave him as he passed. Once seated beside Ron, who joined him shortly after, and across from Hermione, Harry turned his attention to the high table again. Quirrell was talking to Snape, who suddenly looked directly at Harry. A sharp pain shot through Harry's scar, not unexpected, but still unpleasant. "Who's the teacher with the hooked nose?" Harry asked Percy Weasley, feigning ignorance. "Professor Snape, head of Slytherin House. Teaches potions, but everyone knows he's after the defense against the dark arts job. Best not get on his bad side." Harry nodded, turning his attention to Dumbledore as the headmaster stood to give his welcome speech. The words were exactly as Death had predicted, warnings about the Forbidden Forest and the third-floor corridor, nonsense words that made the students laugh. The feast that followed was magnificent, though Harry ate moderately, remembering Death's warnings about the dangers of overindulging after years of the Dursleys' restrictive diet. Around him, his new housemates chattered excitedly, occasionally asking him questions which he answered with carefully crafted half-truths. "So you really grew up not knowing you were famous?" Seamus Finnegan asked incredulously. "The Muggles who raised me don't like magic," Harry explained. "They never told me anything about this world." "That's horrible!" Hermione exclaimed. "Didn't anyone check on you?" Harry shrugged. Apparently not. The conversation shifted to their families and expectations for classes. Harry participated enough to seem engaged while observing his classmates. Ron seemed straightforward and loyal, if somewhat insecure in his large family's shadow. Hermione was clearly brilliant but socially awkward. Neville Longbottom was painfully shy but, Harry suspected, harbored hidden depths. As the feast concluded, Percy led the first years up to Gryffindor Tower. Harry memorized the route, noting secret passages Death had mentioned. The portrait of the fat lady swung open at the password, Caput Draconis, revealing the cozy common room with its squashy armchairs and crackling fire. In the first-year boys' dormitory, Harry claimed the four-poster bed next to Ron's. As his dorm mates chatted excitedly about the days ahead, Harry pretended to be equally enthusiastic while his mind worked on more serious matters. That night, after the others had fallen asleep, Harry drew his bed curtains and silently cast a privacy charm, one of the few wandless spells he'd mastered that actually worked better with a wand. Then, reaching into the hidden pocket of his pajamas, he withdrew the resurrection stone and turned it 3 times. Death appeared instantly, their form more defined than it had been during the summer when Dumbledore's watchfulness had limited their meetings. "Harry Potter," Death greeted softly. "Congratulations on your sorting." "You were right about the ghosts," Harry whispered. "They sensed our connection immediately." Death nodded. "The castle's spirits exist closer to my realm than most." Their reaction was stronger than anticipated but not entirely surprising. "And Quirrell, he's definitely possessed by Voldemort?" "Yes. A fragment of his soul, the largest remaining piece, clings to Quirrell's life force." Death's expression grew serious. "He seeks the Philosopher's Stone, which Dumbledore has hidden within the castle." "The stone that grants immortality?" Harry asked, remembering their lessons on magical artifacts. "And transforms base metals into gold. Nicholas Flamel's creation, his greatest achievement and greatest mistake." Death looked displeased. "Few objects offend me as much as that particular stone." Harry considered this new information. "So Voldemort wants the stone to create a new body and escape death permanently." "Precisely. The protections around it are significant but not insurmountable. Dumbledore expects you to become involved eventually, it's part of his test." "His test?" Death's expression darkened. "Albus Dumbledore plays a long game, Harry. He believes you must face Voldemort again and again to prepare for an eventual final confrontation. This year is merely the first step, a controlled environment where he can observe your reactions, your courage, your moral choices." Harry frowned. "So he's using me as bait? Or a weapon?" "Both, in his mind. He would say he's preparing you for your destiny." Death's form shifted slightly. "There's something else you should know. Someone else watches from the shadows, neither Dumbledore's ally nor Voldemort's servant. I've sensed their presence since your arrival, though I cannot yet identify them." "Is it the same person who was watching Privet Drive last year?" Harry asked. "No. This presence feels older. Connected to my realm in some way, though not as you are. Be vigilant, Harry Potter. Not all threats announce themselves as openly as the Dark Lord." They spoke for another hour, Death advising Harry on how to proceed with classes, which professors to be particularly careful around, and how to explain away any accidental displays of advanced knowledge. As dawn approached, Death faded back to their realm with a final warning. "Trust carefully, reveal slowly, and remember, not everything is as it appears at Hogwarts." Harry's first week of classes proved both easier and more challenging than expected. Easier because Death's thorough teaching had prepared him for the academic content, more challenging because pretending to be a novice required constant vigilance. In Transfiguration, he deliberately took 3 attempts to transform his match into a needle, though he could have done it instantly. Only Hermione managed it on her first try, earning a rare smile from Professor McGonagall. "How did you do that so quickly?" Harry asked her afterward, genuinely curious about her natural talent. Hermione beamed at his interest. I just visualized the needle very clearly and focused on the transformation process as Professor McGonagall explained it. Want me to help you practice? Thus began a friendship based on mutual intellectual respect, though Hermione remained unaware of Harry's true abilities. She was delighted to find someone who appreciated her knowledge, while Harry enjoyed having a friend who challenged his thinking. Ron, for his part, provided a different kind of friendship, uncomplicated loyalty and a window into normal wizarding childhood that Harry had never experienced. Though occasionally jealous of Harry's growing rapport with Hermione, Ron's good nature usually prevailed, especially when Harry made efforts to include him. Wizard's chess tonight? Harry would suggest when study sessions with Hermione ran long. I bet you can beat me again. Ron always brightened at activities where he could shine. Harry genuinely enjoyed these moments of normalcy, playing chess, exploring the castle, complaining about homework, experiences death couldn't have given him. Not all relationships developed so smoothly. Draco Malfoy seemed determined to antagonize Harry at every opportunity. Think you're special, don't you, Potter? Malfoy sneered after Charms class, where Harry had accidentally performed a perfect levitation charm on his first attempt. Famous Harry Potter, teacher's pet. Harry merely shrugged. I got lucky. Flitwick says your technique was almost perfect too. This measured response seemed to irritate Malfoy more than anger would have. You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. He glanced meaningfully at Ron and Hermione. I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks, Harry replied coolly, walking away before Malfoy could respond. Later, Ron declared, that was brilliant, Harry. The look on his face. But Harry shook his head. Better not to make enemies unnecessarily. Malfoy's family has influence in the ministry. Ron looked surprised. How do you know that? Harry realized his mistake. Oh, Percy mentioned it, he covered quickly. When he was talking about his ambitions to work at the ministry after Hogwarts. The professors represented another challenge. Most accepted Harry as a moderately talented first year, but two posed particular difficulties, Snape and Quirrell, for entirely different reasons. In their first potions lesson, Snape immediately singled Harry out. Ah, yes, he said softly, Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. The Slytherins sniggered as Snape launched into a speech about the subtle art of potion making. Harry maintained a neutral expression, already anticipating what would come next. Potter. Snape said suddenly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Hermione's hand shot into the air, but Harry remained still, considering his options. He knew the answer, of course. Death had taught him basic potion ingredients years ago, but revealing too much knowledge might raise questions. I don't know, sir, he said quietly. Snape's lips curled into a sneer. Fame clearly isn't everything. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Again, Harry knew, a stone from a goat's stomach, an antidote to most poisons. But he merely shook his head, ignoring Hermione's frantically waving hand. Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, Potter. Snape's eyes narrowed. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? This time, Harry decided to answer partially. I think they're the same plant, sir, he said, as if uncertain. Something flickered in Snape's expression, surprise, perhaps, that Harry had answered correctly, however hesitantly. Indeed, Snape said slowly. Also known as aconite. At least you managed to remember one fact, Potter. He glanced around the classroom. Well? Why aren't you all writing this down? There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Over the noise, Snape added, and a point from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter. The lesson continued with Snape criticizing everyone except Malfoy. When Neville melted Seamus's cauldron, creating a toxic mess that left him covered in painful boils, Snape somehow blamed Harry. You, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? That's another point from Gryffindor. As they left the dungeon an hour later, Ron was fuming. Snape's horrible. Fred and George warned me, but that was beyond unfair. Harry nodded absently, more concerned with what he'd sensed during class. When Snape had looked directly at him, he'd felt the professor's attempted legitimacy, a subtle probe against his mental shields. But unlike Dumbledore's gentle touch, Snape's approach had been sharp, precise, and clearly perplexed by what it encountered. He suspects something, Harry murmured. What? Ron asked. I said he suspects everyone, Harry covered quickly. Did you see how he watched all the Gryffindors like we might blow up the dungeon on purpose? Defense against the dark arts presented an entirely different challenge. Being in Quirrell's presence meant enduring constant discomfort as his scar reacted to Voldemort's proximity. The stuttering professor seemed harmless to the other students, but Harry could feel the darkness emanating from him, particularly the back of his head where, Harry suspected, Voldemort's face was hidden beneath the turban. Harry deliberately kept his performance in dada mediocre, not wanting to draw Voldemort's attention. Instead, he observed Quirrell carefully, noting his movements around the castle, particularly his interest in the third-floor corridor. 3 weeks into term, Harry was returning from the library late one evening when he spotted Quirrell slipping down a deserted corridor. Curiosity overcoming caution, Harry followed at a safe distance, keeping to the shadows as death had taught him. Quirrell moved with purpose, his steps light and sure, nothing like his usual nervous shuffle. He headed toward the third-floor corridor, stopping before a locked door. Harry watched from around a corner as the professor cast a silent spell at the lock, then cursed softly when it didn't yield. Time is not yet right, came a high, cold voice that made Harry's blood freeze. It didn't come from Quirrell's mouth, but seemed to emanate from the turban itself. The old fool will expect an early attempt. Patience. Why yes, master, Quirrell whispered, turning away from the door. Harry quickly ducked behind a suit of armor as Quirrell passed. Once the professor's footsteps faded, Harry approached the door himself, examining it carefully without touching it. He could feel the powerful enchantments protecting it, layers of complex spellwork beyond first-year abilities. What are you doing here, Potter? Harry spun around to find Professor Snape watching him with narrowed eyes. I got lost, sir, Harry said, adopting a convincingly embarrassed expression. The staircases changed, and I ended up here. Snape's eyes bored into his. Lost. After curfew. Near the very corridor the headmaster explicitly forbidden. I was heading back from the library and took a wrong turn, Harry insisted, maintaining eye contact despite the pressure against his mental shields. The library closed an hour ago, Snape said silkily. I lost track of time reading about Quidditch, Harry improvised. Madam Pants had to ask me to leave. Something in Snape's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. Your father also had a habit of wandering the castle after hours, often with less innocent intentions than getting lost. Harry blinked in genuine surprise at the reference to James Potter. You knew my father, sir. Snape's face hardened. We were acquainted. 5 points from Gryffindor for being out after curfew. Return to your dormitory immediately. Harry nodded, turning to leave before pausing. Sir. I thought I saw Professor Quirrell down here too. He seemed different. Not stuttering. Snape went very still. What exactly did you see, Potter? Just him walking away from this door, Harry said, deliberately not mentioning the second voice. He looked angry. Snape studied him for a long moment. Return to Gryffindor Tower. Now. And Potter, stay away from this corridor. There are dangers in this castle beyond your understanding. Yes, sir, Harry said, hurrying away but glancing back once to see Snape examining the door himself, his wand drawn. The encounter confirmed Harry's suspicions. Snape knew something about Quirrell's true nature and was watching him. Whether as Dumbledore's spy or for his own reasons remained unclear. When Harry reported the incident to Death later that night, his mentor seemed troubled. Severus Snape walks a dangerous line between Dumbledore and his former master, Death said. His loyalty is complex. He may prove ally or enemy, depending on circumstances yet to unfold. Should I try to gain his trust? Harry asked. No. Maintain distance for now. Your resemblance to James Potter clouds his judgment, and the fragments of occlumency skill he senses in you raise too many questions. Death's form shifted restlessly. But there's something else that concerns me more. You mentioned symbols appearing near the Gryffindor dormitory. Harry nodded. Twice now. Carved into the stone beside the portrait hole, a circle with a vertical line through it. It appears overnight and vanishes before most students wake up. Half of my sign, Death murmured. The line represents the Elder Wand, the circle the Resurrection Stone. Together with the triangle, the invisibility cloak, they form the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Someone knows about our connection. Perhaps. Or they seek the Hallows themselves. Either way, proceed with caution. This presence at Hogwarts is neither Dumbledore's doing nor Voldemort's. As October arrived, Harry settled into a careful routine. During classes, he maintained the appearance of a talented but not extraordinary student, occasionally allowing himself to excel in subjects where he had a genuine affinity, like defense, despite Quirrell's presence, and charms. With Ron and Hermione, he built genuine friendships while keeping certain aspects of himself hidden. This became increasingly difficult as Hermione's perceptive nature picked up on inconsistencies in his knowledge and behavior. Harry, she asked one evening in the library, how did you know about the 1637 Werewolf Code of Conduct? Professor Binns hasn't covered that yet, and it's not in our assigned reading. Harry cursed inwardly for the slip. I was browsing the history section last weekend and came across it, he improvised. Thought it was interesting how werewolf rites have evolved, or haven't, really. Hermione beamed. You're doing extra reading too. I thought I was the only one. We should create a study schedule together. While this particular slip worked in his favor, strengthening his friendship with Hermione, Harry became more cautious about revealing knowledge beyond first-year curriculum. The mysterious symbols continued to appear throughout October, now not just near Gryffindor Tower, but in various locations throughout the castle. Always the same design, the circle and line, sometimes accompanied by runic characters Harry didn't recognize. Always appearing overnight, always fading within hours. Harry wasn't the only one who noticed. During breakfast one morning, he overheard Professor McGonagall discussing them with Flitwick. Third such marking this week, Filius. The headmaster is concerned. Ancient magic, Flitwick replied in his squeaky voice. Predating Hogwarts itself, if my analysis is correct. But their purpose eludes me. Equally troubling were the continued strange reactions from the castle ghosts. They would fall silent when Harry entered a room, watching him with a mixture of fear and reverence. Nearly headless Nick had taken to bowing slightly whenever they passed in corridors, while the Grey Lady would turn and float rapidly in the opposite direction. Only the Bloody Baron seemed unafraid, often appearing suddenly beside Harry when he was alone. The veil grows thin around you, Potter, he commented one evening as Harry studied alone in the library. Death's hand rests upon your shoulder. A heavy burden for one so young. I don't know what you mean, sir, Harry said carefully. The Baron's translucent eyes narrowed. Do not play ignorant with me, boy. I walked with darker powers in life than most dare contemplate. I recognize the shadow you cast. He drifted closer. They are coming for you, you know. Those who seek what you possess. The circle grows smaller. Before Harry could question him further, the Baron vanished, passing through a bookshelf and leaving Harry with more questions than answers. Halloween approached with mounting tension. Harry's scar pulsed with increasing frequency as Quirrell grew more agitated, often muttering to himself, or to Voldemort, during lessons. The strange symbols appeared more frequently, now accompanied by what appeared to be dried blood, quickly cleaned away by concerned house elves before most students noticed. Death confirmed Harry's growing suspicion during their increasingly brief nighttime meetings. A cult, Death explained. Ancient and nearly forgotten, dedicated to my worship, or rather, to gaining power over death itself. They call themselves the Circle of Morrigan, after the Celtic goddess of death and rebirth. What do they want with me? Harry asked. Your connection to me. They sense it, as do the ghosts, though they understand it less clearly. They believe you may be the key to achieving their aims, dominion over life and death. Death's expression grew troubled. They've existed in shadow for centuries, but something has awakened them, brought them to Hogwarts now. Voldemort's return? Perhaps. Or perhaps something else entirely. Death began to fade, dawn approaching. Be especially vigilant on Halloween, Harry Potter. The boundary between worlds grows thinnest then. Both Voldemort and these cultists may seek to act. Death's warning proved prophetic. Halloween day began normally enough, classes proceeded as usual, though Harry noted Quirrell's absence from the staff table at breakfast and lunch. As students filed into the Great Hall for the Halloween feast that evening, Harry felt a growing sense of unease. The hall looked spectacular, thousands of live bats fluttered from the walls and ceiling, while enormous carved pumpkins glowed with dancing flames. The feast appeared on golden plates as it had at the start of term banquet, but Harry found himself unable to enjoy it, his scar burning intermittently. Are you okay? Hermione asked, noticing his distraction. You've hardly touched your food. Just a headache, Harry assured her. Ron, mouth full of baked potato, added, probably just the excitement. Fred says the Halloween feast always ends with the ghosts doing formation flying. Harry was about to respond when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Everyone fell silent as he reached Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the table, and gasped, "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. The hall erupted in panic until Dumbledore produced several purple firecrackers from his wand to restore silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." As Percy Weasley enthusiastically marshaled the Gryffindors, Harry grabbed Ron's arm. "Wait, Hermione doesn't know about the troll." "What are you talking about?" "She's right," Ron turned, realizing Hermione wasn't beside them anymore. "Where'd she go?" "She was upset after Charms when you made fun of her," Harry said quickly, remembering how Hermione had overheard Ron's unkind mimicry. "Parvati said she's been crying in the girls' bathroom all afternoon." Ron looked guilty. "Oh no. We have to find her." They slipped away from the Gryffindor line and hurried toward the girls' bathroom on the first floor. Turning a corner, they spotted Snape heading not toward the dungeons, but up the marble staircase toward the third floor. "What's he doing?" Harry whispered. "Why isn't he with the other teachers looking for the troll?" "Search me," said Ron. A sudden thought struck Harry. The third-floor corridor, the Philosopher's Stone. What if the troll is just a diversion? Ron looked confused. "What stone? What are you talking about?" Harry realized his mistake. "I mean, what if someone let the troll in as a diversion to try to get whatever's hidden in the third-floor corridor? How do you know something's hidden there? Why else would it be forbidden?" Harry countered, thinking quickly. "Come on, we need to find Hermione." They hurried down the corridor, only to freeze at a horrible stench and the sound of low grunting. The troll, 12 feet tall with granite-gray skin and a tiny head perched on a boulder-sized body, shuffled into view, dragging a massive wooden club. "I thought Quirrell said it was in the dungeons." Ron whispered. The troll paused outside a doorway, peering inside before slouching into the room. "The key's in the lock," Harry muttered. "We could lock it in." "Good idea." Ron agreed. They edged toward the door. Harry reached for the key, turning it with a satisfying click. Yes. Ron exclaimed. Their triumph lasted only seconds before a high-pitched scream came from inside the room, the girls' bathroom. Hermione, they said together. Harry yanked the door open again, and they rushed inside to find Hermione shrinking against the opposite wall, looking ready to faint as the troll advanced on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. Confuse it. Harry shouted, grabbing a tap and throwing it against the wall. The troll stopped, blinking stupidly, then turned toward Harry, giving Ron time to pull Hermione toward the door. But the troll's attention quickly shifted to Ron's movement, and it started toward them instead. Harry acted instinctively, drawing on his years of training. He leaped onto the troll's back, wrapping his arms around its neck. The troll howled in pain as Harry's wand, still clutched in his hand, went straight up its nostril. Howling in pain, the troll twisted and flailed, trying to dislodge Harry while swinging its club wildly. Harry hung on desperately, knowing he could use more powerful magic but reluctant to reveal his abilities. "Ron, do something," he shouted. Ron pulled out his own wand and, with newfound determination, performed the levitation charm they'd learned that day. Wingardium Leviosa. The club flew from the troll's hand, rose high into the air, then dropped with a sickening crack onto its owner's head. The troll swayed, then fell flat on its face with a thud that made the whole room tremble. Harry got to his feet, shaking and out of breath. Ron stood with his wand still raised, staring at what he'd done. Hermione was the first to speak. "Is it dead?" "I don't think so," Harry said, pulling his wand from the troll's nose. "Just knocked out." Footsteps pounded in the corridor as Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst into the room. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly on a toilet, clutching his heart. Snape bent over the troll, while McGonagall looked at Ron and Harry with fury in her eyes. Her lips were white. "What on earth were you thinking?" she demanded. Harry's eyes flicked momentarily to Quirrell, noting how the professor's fearful demeanor seemed exaggerated, his eyes alert despite his apparent distress. Snape, too, was watching Harry rather than the troll, his gaze calculating. Before Harry could respond, Hermione spoke up. "Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own. I've read all about them." Ron dropped his wand in shock at this blatant lie from rule-abiding Hermione. Harry maintained a neutral expression, though equally surprised. "If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now," Hermione continued. Harry stuck his wand up its nose, and Ron knocked it out with its own club. "They didn't have time to fetch anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "Miss Granger, you foolish girl, how could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" After deducting 5 points from Hermione and awarding 5 each to Harry and Ron, McGonagall dismissed them back to Gryffindor Tower. As they left, Harry noticed Snape's robes were torn and bloody around one leg, quickly concealed when the professor saw Harry looking. "Did you see Snape's leg?" Harry whispered once they were safely away. "No," Ron said. "Why?" "It was bleeding, like something bit him." Harry frowned. "I think he tried to get past whatever's guarding the 3rd floor while everyone was distracted by the troll." "But why would Snape do that?" Hermione asked. Harry considered his response carefully. "I don't know. But I don't think the troll got in by accident. Someone let it in as a diversion." That night, while his dorm-mates slept, Harry summoned Death. The troll was Quirrell's doing, Death confirmed. A distraction while he attempted to reach the stone. Snape suspected and moved to stop him, encountering the first guardian, a 3-headed dog named Fluffy. "So Snape is working for Dumbledore, not Voldemort?" Harry asked. "His loyalties are complex, but in this matter, yes, he protects the stone from Quirrell." Death's form seemed more substantial than usual. "Halloween has strengthened our connection temporarily. I can manifest more fully for a few hours." "Good, Because there's something else. Harry described the blood he'd noticed accompanying the most recent symbol outside Gryffindor Tower. It looked ritualistic. Blood magic, Death said grimly. The circle of Morrigan grows bolder. They seek to bind you to them through ancient rites, to harness your connection to me for their purposes. How do I stop them? For now, remain vigilant. Their magic requires proximity and connection. They cannot bind what they cannot reach. Death gestured to the resurrection stone in Harry's hand. That protects you, marking you as already claimed, in a sense. But take care, especially after the incident tonight, you will be watched more closely by Dumbledore and others. True to Death's warning, Harry noticed increased scrutiny in the days following the troll incident. Dumbledore appeared more frequently in corridors where Harry walked, eyes twinkling but calculating. McGonagall asked seemingly casual questions about his adjustment to Hogwarts. Even Quirrell's stuttering lessons included more direct attention to Harry than before. Most concerning was Snape, whose black eyes followed Harry constantly, narrowed in suspicion or contemplation, Harry couldn't tell which. November brought the start of the Quidditch season. After being discovered flying brilliantly during their first flying lesson, a skill Harry had deliberately showcased, knowing it connected him to his father, Harry had been made seeker for the Gryffindor team, the youngest house player in a century. The morning of his first match against Slytherin, Harry sat picking at his breakfast, mind occupied not with the game but with the increasingly complex web of threats surrounding him. "You've got to eat something," Hermione insisted, pushing a plate of toast toward him. "I'm not hungry," Harry said absently. "Just a bit of toast," Ron urged. Harry took a piece to satisfy them, noting how their friendship had solidified since the troll incident. Hermione had become more relaxed about rules, while Ron had developed greater appreciation for her intelligence. The three had formed a tight unit, though Harry still kept many secrets from them. As 11 o'clock approached, Harry headed to the locker rooms with the rest of the team. While changing into his scarlet Quidditch robes, he couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. Death had warned him to be especially careful in open, public settings where he would be vulnerable. Oliver Wood gave an impassioned pre-game speech that Harry barely heard, his attention drawn to a strange burning sensation from the resurrection stone, hidden in a pouch sewn into his Quidditch robes. The match began with Madame Hooch's whistle. Harry soared into the air, rising above the game as Wood had instructed, searching for the golden snitch while keeping an eye on the Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs. Below, Gryffindor scored first, prompting cheers from the red and gold section. Harry did a few loop-the-loops to expend nervous energy, then resumed his search for the snitch. That's when it happened. His broomstick gave a sudden, frightening lurch. For a split second, Harry thought he was going to fall. He gripped tighter with both hands and knees, but the broom lurched again, as though trying to buck him off. Harry tried to turn back toward the Gryffindor goal posts to signal Wood for a timeout, but the broom seemed completely out of his control. He couldn't turn it, couldn't direct it at all. It zigzagged through the air, making violent swishing movements that nearly unseated him. No one else seemed to have noticed Harry's predicament. The snitch hadn't been spotted yet, and the game continued below while Harry's broom carried him higher, jerking and twitching as it went. Interference, Death's voice whispered in his mind, a rare direct communication outside their meetings. Quirrell is jinxing your broom. Snape attempts a counter-curse. Sure enough, when Harry managed to glance toward the staff stands, he saw Quirrell staring fixedly at him, muttering continuously under his breath. Nearby, Snape was doing the same, his eyes never leaving Harry. The broom vibrated so hard Harry could hardly hold on. The whole crowd was on its feet now, watching in horror as the broom rolled over and over, with Harry barely maintaining his grip. Then the broom gave a wild jerk, and Harry swung off it, now dangling from it with only one hand. In that precarious moment, suspended 50 feet above the ground with his life in the balance, Harry made a decision. He could continue playing helpless first year, hoping someone else would save him, or he could take control. Focusing his magic as Death had taught him, Harry sent a surge of power through his hand into the broomstick. The wood grew warm under his fingers, the jinx fighting against his wandless counterspell. For several seconds, the broom continued to buck violently. Then, gradually, it stilled. Harry pulled himself back onto the broom just as smoke erupted from the staff stands. Hermione had apparently set fire to Quirrell's robes, breaking his concentration. Harry took advantage of the distraction to dive suddenly toward the ground, the resurrection stone burning against his chest in warning. As he accelerated, he spotted something golden near the ground, the snitch. Harry stretched out his hand, fingers closing around the small, struggling ball just before he pulled sharply out of the dive, barely a foot from the grass. "I've got the snitch," he shouted, waving it above his head. The game ended in confusion, Slytherins protesting that he had nearly swallowed it rather than caught it properly, Gryffindors cheering wildly regardless. Harry barely registered the celebration as Hagrid escorted him, Ron, and Hermione back to his hut for tea. "It was Snape," Ron explained to Hagrid. "Hermione and I saw him. He was cursing your broomstick, muttering, not taking his eyes off you." "Rubbish," said Hagrid. "Why would Snape do something like that?" Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione, considering how much to reveal. "I found out something about him," he said finally. "He tried to get past that three-headed dog on Halloween. It bit him. I think he's trying to steal whatever it's guarding." Hagrid dropped the teapot. "How do you know about Fluffy?" "Fluffy?" Ron echoed incredulously. "Yeah, he's mine, bought him off a Greek chappie I met in the pub last year. Lent him to Dumbledore to guard the—" Hagrid caught himself. "Yes," said Harry eagerly. "Now, don't ask me any more," Hagrid gruffly replied. "That's top secret, that is." "But Snape's trying to steal it," Hermione insisted. "I'm tellin', yeah, you're wrong," Hagrid exclaimed. "Snape's a Hogwarts teacher, he'd do nothin' of the sort." "So why did he just try to kill Harry?" Hermione demanded. "I don't know why Harry's broom acted like that, but Snape wouldn't try and kill a student." Hagrid looked troubled despite his defense. "Now, listen to me, all three of ya, you're meddlin' in things that don't concern ya. You forget that dog, and you forget what it's guardin', that's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, aha!" Harry exclaimed. "So there's someone called Nicholas Flamel involved, is there?" Hagrid looked furious with himself. Later, walking back to the castle, Hermione turned to Harry with a shrewd look. "How did you regain control of your broom before I set Quirrell's robes on fire? One moment you were dangling, the next you were back on." Harry had prepared for this question. "Adrenaline, I guess. When you're about to fall 50 feet, you find strength you didn't know you had." Hermione looked skeptical but didn't press further. That night, while Harry reported the day's events to Death, a new concern emerged. "Snape suspects your interference with the broom," Death said. "He recognized the magical signature, similar to your mother's, but altered by our connection. His confusion protects you for now, but he watches more closely than ever." "And the Circle of Morrigan? Why did the stone burn during the match?" "They attempted a binding ritual, taking advantage of your vulnerable position. Blood magic performed from the edge of the Forbidden Forest." Death's expression darkened. "They grow bolder, more desperate." "Who are they?" Harry asked. "Students. Professors. Older. More dangerous. They entered the forest 3 days ago, 3 hooded figures carrying ancient implements of power. They believe Samhain, Halloween, began an auspicious cycle, culminating at the winter solstice. Death's form grew more substantial as midnight approached. On December 21st, when darkness reaches its peak, they will attempt their greatest ritual. To bind me. To bind us both, through you. To control death itself by controlling you." Death moved closer. "We must act before then, Harry Potter. It's time you entered the forest yourself, to confront what waits there. Voldemort. And perhaps others." The threads of fate tangle here at Hogwarts this year, Dumbledore's plans, Voldemort's desperate return, the Circle's ancient ambitions, and our own connection. Harry considered this, feeling the weight of the resurrection stone in his hand. When should I go? The new moon, 3 nights hence. The darkness will shield you, and I will walk beside you, more substantial than usual in a place where death and life intertwine so closely. Death began to fade as dawn approached. Prepare yourself, Harry Potter. The forest holds dangers even I cannot fully predict. 3 nights later, under a moonless sky, Harry slipped out of Gryffindor Tower beneath his invisibility cloak, a Christmas gift from Dumbledore delivered early, as Death had predicted. An interesting development, Death had commented when the package arrived. The third Hallow, returning to you. Dumbledore tests your character by granting you this power of concealment. He watches to see how you use it. Now, hidden beneath the legendary cloak, Harry made his way silently through the castle. Death had taught him to move without sound, to become shadow within shadow. Not even Mrs. Norris, Filch's uncannily perceptive cat, noticed as he passed. Outside, the November air bit cold against his face. The ground stretched dark and silent before him, Hagrid's hut a dim silhouette against the tree-line. Beyond loomed the forbidden forest, ancient, secretive, and tonight, his destination. Harry paused at the forest's edge, drawing the resurrection stone from his pocket. 3 turns, and Death stood beside him, more solid than Harry had ever seen them outside his bedroom. The forest amplifies our connection, Death explained, their voice clearer, stronger. Here, the veil between worlds thins naturally. Harry slipped the invisibility cloak off, knowing it would hinder movement through the dense undergrowth. Where exactly are we going? Follow me, Death said, moving into the trees with silent grace. They traveled deeper into the forest than Harry had ever ventured, following no visible path. Mist curled around ancient roots while strange sounds echoed from the darkness, rustling movements, distant howls, the occasional snap of twigs from unseen watchers. We're not alone, Harry whispered, feeling eyes upon them. The forest hosts many beings, Death replied. Centaurs who read fate in the stars. Acromantulas who have built a colony in the deepest thickets. Thestrals drawn to my presence. As if summoned by these words, a skeletal black horse with leathery wings materialized briefly between 2 trees before vanishing back into shadow. Can others see you? Harry asked, suddenly concerned. Not as you do. To most, I am merely a chill in the air, a sense of unseen presence. Only those closely touched by death might perceive a shadow walking beside you. Death paused, head tilted. We approach our first destination. They emerged into a small clearing where moonlight might have penetrated had there been any moon. Instead, the space was illuminated by an eerie blue glow emanating from symbols carved into the surrounding trees, variations of the circle and line Harry had seen throughout the castle, but more complex, interwoven with runes and flowing patterns. The circle of Morrigan's workings, Death said, examining the markings. Ancient magic, predating wands and Latin incantations. They draw power from the forest itself, from the natural cycle of life and death that saturates this place. Harry approached one tree, hand hovering over the glowing symbol without touching it. What exactly are they trying to accomplish? Immortality, primarily. Control over death, my domain. They believe that by binding one who walks with me, they can harness death's power. Death moved to the center of the clearing where a crude altar of stacked stones stood. Dark stains marked its surface. Blood magic. Animal sacrifices, so far. Harry felt sick. They'd kill to achieve this. They have killed, many times throughout their long history. The circle waxes and wanes across centuries, emerging when they sense opportunity. Death's expression grew troubled. Your connection to me, combined with your fame as the boy who lived, makes you their ideal conduit. As Harry processed this, a soft sound, barely perceptible, caught his attention. He turned sharply toward a dense thicket at the clearing's edge. We're not alone, he whispered. Death nodded calmly. We are being watched, yes. Harry drew his wand, moving cautiously toward the sound. The undergrowth parted before he reached it, revealing a magnificent centaur with a palomino body and white blonde hair. Forenza, Death acknowledged. The centaur bowed his head slightly. Deathwalker. His piercing blue eyes shifted to Harry. And Harry Potter, the chosen one. The stars spoke truly of your coming tonight. You know who I am? Harry asked, surprised. The forest knows you, young wizard. As do those who read the heavens. Forenza stepped fully into the clearing, hooves silent against the mossy ground. Mars is bright tonight. War approaches. Why are you here? Harry asked. To warn you. The darkness in the forest grows bolder. It drinks unicorn blood to sustain itself, a terrible crime against life. Forenza gestured deeper into the trees. The hooded ones watch for you nightly. And something else moves between the worlds, drawn by your unique signature. Death moved closer. The circle hunts Harry actively now. Forenza nodded gravely. 3 nights ago, they performed a tracking ritual using blood taken from where you fell during your sky battle. He meant the Quidditch match, Harry realized. They seek to complete their working at the winter solstice. As we suspected, Death murmured. There is more, Forenza continued. The fragmented one also seeks you, the shadow that was a wizard drinks unicorn blood in desperation. He knows something of your power now, senses the death touch upon you. Voldemort recognizes my connection to death. Harry asked, alarmed. He senses something beyond his understanding. It both draws and repels him. Forenza stomped a hoof nervously. You walk dangerous paths, Harry Potter. The centaurs debate whether to intervene or merely observe. The stars show many possible futures from this juncture. A sudden wind swept through the clearing, causing the glowing symbols to flare brighter momentarily. In the distance, something crashed through undergrowth, something large and deliberate. We should move, Death said quietly. We've been detected. Forenza's head snapped up, nostrils flaring. The hooded ones approach from the east. The shadow wizard from the west. You are caught between. Come, Death urged, leading toward a barely visible gap between ancient trees. There is one more place we must visit before you return to the castle. Harry hesitated. What about Forenza? My herd awaits nearby, the centaur assured him. Go swiftly, Harry Potter. And remember, Mars is bright. The time for choosing sides approaches faster than you know. With a nod of thanks, Harry followed Death deeper into the forest. They moved more urgently now, no longer taking time to study their surroundings. Twice they froze at nearby sounds, once the distinctive clip of hooves that suggested other centaurs watched their progress, once a slithering, dragging noise that raised goosebumps on Harry's arms. Finally, they reached another clearing, smaller than the first but somehow more significant. At its center stood a single, ancient yew tree, its twisted trunk scarred with centuries of growth. Unlike the marked trees in the previous clearing, this one bore no artificial symbols, yet power radiated from it naturally. What is this place? Harry whispered. A nexus, Death replied, approaching the yew. A point where the boundaries between worlds grow exceptionally thin. Some call such places ley line intersections or magical convergence points. I simply know them as doors. Harry followed cautiously. Doors to where? To my realm, among others. Death placed a hand against the gnarled bark. This particular tree has witnessed centuries of death. Its roots drink from soil enriched by countless fallen creatures. Its seeds are poisonous. Life and death intertwine within its very nature. Harry sensed the magic now, ancient, neutral power, neither dark nor light but simply existing, like gravity or time. Why show me this? Because you may need sanctuary beyond what Hogwarts can provide. Death turned to face him fully. If the circle comes too close, if Voldemort discovers your true nature, if Dumbledore's suspicions grow too strong, this place offers refuge few could follow. Death pressed a hand to the trunk, and a section of bark rippled like water, revealing a glimpse of somewhere else, a grey landscape, oddly peaceful despite its starkness. Your mother's protection prevents Voldemort from touching you directly, but it does nothing against his servants or against the Circle of Morrigan. This, Death gestured to the portal, would shield you from all pursuers. Harry stared into the shifting doorway. Is that where people go when they die? No. This is merely a boundary realm, a place between. My true domain lies much further. Death allowed the portal to close. I show you this not for immediate use, but so you know it exists. Remember this tree, this location. In dire need, the resurrection stone will guide you back. A sharp crack echoed through the forest, a branch breaking beneath a heavy foot, much closer than before. Death's form grew less substantial. We've lingered too long. The circle approaches. Death gestured urgently. Put on your cloak. Return to the castle immediately. Take the path directly north, it's the fastest route back. What about you? Harry asked, already pulling the invisibility cloak over his shoulders. I will divert them. My presence can be disturbing to those who meddle with death magic without understanding it. Death's form began to expand, growing darker, more primal, closer to the traditional image of the Grim Reaper than the teacher Harry knew. Go now, Harry Potter. We will speak again soon. Harry hesitated only briefly before turning north, the invisibility cloak pulled tight around him. He moved as quickly as silence allowed, following a narrow path that wound between ancient trees. Behind him, he heard sudden shouts, human voices crying out in alarm or fear, and something that might have been the whisper of Death's robes or simply the forest wind. The forest thinned gradually, Hogwarts becoming visible through the trees, its windows golden against the night. Harry had almost reached the tree lean when a figure stepped directly into his path. Professor Snape stood facing the forest, wand lit and raised, scanning the darkness. Though Harry was invisible, he froze instinctively, scarcely daring to breathe as the potion's master took another step forward. I know you're there, Potter, Snape said softly, his black eyes searching the apparently empty path. Only a fool would believe you wouldn't explore the forest eventually, like father, like son. Harry remained motionless, mind racing. How had Snape known? Had he been followed from the castle? Or had Snape simply guessed, knowing Harry's pattern of nighttime wanderings? The forest is not safe tonight, Snape continued, still scanning for any sign of movement. Something hunts, something drinks unicorn blood. Something that would take particular interest in you, Potter. Still Harry didn't move, didn't reveal himself. Snape might be trying to protect him, as Death suggested, or might have more complex motives. After a long moment, Snape sighed. Very well. Maintain your childish invisibility games. But know this, the headmaster is aware of your unusual abilities. The staff have been instructed to watch you closely. His voice dropped lower. Whatever power you're developing, whatever entity guides you, consider carefully who truly has your best interests at heart. With those cryptic words, Snape turned on his heel and strode back toward the castle, cloak billowing behind him. Harry waited until the potion's master was well ahead before following at a safe distance. Snape's words echoed in his mind, whatever entity guides you. How much did they suspect? How closely was he truly being watched? Back in his dormitory, safely behind his bed curtains, Harry tried to summon Death with the stone, but only a faint outline appeared, barely visible even in the darkness. I cannot fully manifest, Death's voice whispered. Dumbledore has strengthened the castle's ward significantly tonight. He sensed our excursion. Snape was waiting for me, Harry whispered back. He knew I'd been in the forest. Not surprising. The forest visit triggered ancient alarms, protections dating back to the Founders. Dumbledore would have alerted his most trusted staff. Death's outline grew marginally clearer. What matters is what we learned. The circle grows stronger, more desperate. Voldemort hunts unicorns for their blood, extending his half-life while he seeks the stone. And Dumbledore's suspicions about you deepen. What do I do now? Harry asked. Continue as before. Maintain your friendships, they provide both cover and genuine support. Excel in classes, but not extraordinarily so. Watch Quirrell, but do not confront him directly yet. Death began to fade further. Most importantly, prepare for the winter solstice. The circle will make their move then, attempting to bind you to their will. How do I stop them? We will discuss countermeasures as the time approaches. For now, rest. Dawn comes soon. Death's voice grew fainter. Remember, Harry Potter, you walk between worlds now. Neither fully of mine nor fully of the living. That liminal space grants both power and vulnerability. With that, Death vanished completely, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts as the first grey light of dawn crept through a gap in his bed curtains. The weeks following Harry's forest excursion brought escalating tensions on multiple fronts. Quirrell grew increasingly twitchy in classes, dark circles forming beneath his eyes as Voldemort presumably pushed him harder to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Snape watched Harry with calculated intensity, black eyes following his every move in potions class and during meals. And most concerning, the strange symbols began appearing closer to Harry himself, carved into his bedpost overnight, etched into his textbook covers, once even appearing on his bathroom mirror in what looked disturbingly like dried blood. They're getting closer, Harry told Ron and Hermione in a whispered conversation by the common room fire. He'd finally shared a censored version of events with his friends, telling them about the strange cultists without revealing Death's involvement. I think they're trying to. I don't know, mark me somehow. But why you? Ron asked, freckles standing out against his pale face. Because of what happened with Voldemort, I suppose, Harry said, the partial truth easier than complete fabrication. They think I have some special power over Death since I survived the killing curse. Hermione, ever practical, had thrown herself into research. I've been looking into old wizarding cults, she said, pulling a massive tome from her bag. There are references to a group called the Circle of Morrigan dating back to the 1600s. They practiced blood magic and necromancy, trying to achieve immortality. Harry nodded, impressed but not surprised by her thoroughness. That sounds like them. What else did you find? They supposedly die out every few generations, then resurface when the veil grows thin or Death walks among mortals, all very cryptic. She flipped to a marked page. The last confirmed activity was in 1927, when they kidnapped several children they believed had survived fatal accidents. They thought these children had some special connection to Death. Cheerful bunch, Ron muttered. The Ministry supposedly wiped them out that time, Hermione continued. But clearly, they've returned. The question is why now, and why specifically targeting Harry? Harry appreciated Hermione's help while carefully steering her away from any connection to the Resurrection Stone or Death itself. Maybe it's connected to Flamel and whatever's hidden on the third floor, he suggested, redirecting them to their other mystery. The trio had spent considerable time researching Nicholas Flamel, so far without success. With Christmas holidays approaching, Hermione urged the boys to continue searching while she visited her parents. Check the restricted section, she suggested as they walked her to the train. I'm sure that's where we'll find information on Flamel. Harry promised they would, though he already knew exactly who Flamel was and what the Philosopher's Stone did. Death had explained it thoroughly, including Dumbledore's plan to use the stone as bait for Voldemort. As the castle emptied for holidays, Harry found himself enjoying the relative freedom of a nearly deserted Gryffindor tower. With Ron as his only dorm mate, maintaining his nightly meetings with Death became easier, though the strengthened ward still limited their interactions. Christmas morning brought unexpected gifts, a hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, various sweets from his friends, and most significantly, the invisibility cloak from Dumbledore, with its cryptic note about James Potter. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well, Harry read aloud to Death that night. Dumbledore tests you, Death replied. The cloak is rightfully yours, the third Hallow, reunited with its destined master. But Dumbledore watches to see how you use it, what choices you make with invisibility at your disposal. That explained the old wizard's twinkling looks at breakfast, Harry thought. Speaking of choices, I've been thinking about the winter solstice. It's only 3 days away now. Indeed. The Circle will attempt their binding ritual at midnight on the solstice, when darkness reaches its peak before giving way to lengthening days. They believe this symbolic moment of death and rebirth will strengthen their magic. How do we stop them? Harry asked. Not by avoiding them, Death said unexpectedly. But by confronting them on our terms. Death outlined a plan that made Harry's heart race with both anticipation and fear. Rather than hiding from the Circle of Morrigan, he would meet them in the forest clearing with the ancient yew tree, but he would arrive early, prepare the ground with Death's guidance, and turn their own ritual against them. It's dangerous, Death acknowledged. But less dangerous than allowing them to continue their attempts. Each failed binding makes them more desperate, more willing to take drastic measures. The solstice arrived cold and clear, the castle blanketed in thick snow. Harry spent the day with Ron, playing wizard chess and visiting Hagrid, all while mentally reviewing Death's instructions for the night ahead. As evening fell, Harry feigned exhaustion from their snowball fight with Fred and George. Think I'll turn in early, he told Ron. Still full from that Christmas feast. Mental, Ron said good-naturedly. It's barely 8 o'clock. Wake me if you need anything, Harry replied, heading up to their dormitory. Once alone, Harry prepared methodically. He dressed in warm, dark clothes beneath his school robes, pocketed his wand and the resurrection stone, and laid the invisibility cloak ready on his bed. Then he pretended to sleep, waiting for Ron and the few other Gryffindors who'd stayed for holidays to go to bed. At 11 o'clock, Harry slipped from the dormitory beneath his cloak. The castle was silent, most students and staff long asleep. Even the ghosts seemed absent, perhaps sensing the significance of this longest night. Harry encountered no one on his journey through the castle and across the grounds. The fresh snow muffled his footsteps as he approached the forest edge, stars brilliant overhead in the clear December sky. Death waited just within the tree-line, more substantial than Harry had seen them since Halloween. The solstice strengthens me in this realm, Death explained, noting Harry's surprise. Tonight, I can walk fully beside you. They traveled swiftly to the yew tree clearing, following the path they'd taken weeks before. The forest felt different tonight, more alive despite the deep winter, creatures moving purposefully through the undergrowth, watching with gleaming eyes as Harry and Death passed. The magical world recognizes the solstice, Death explained. Creatures normally hostile to humans may observe truces tonight. Others perform their own rituals. We will not be the only ones working magic in the forest this evening. The clearing looked transformed in winter moonlight. Snow blanketed the ground, unmarked by footprints, while the ancient yew stood dark against the surrounding white. Its branches, heavy with snow, created a natural cathedral above the small open space. They will come from the east, Death said, moving to the clearing center. 3 members of the inner circle, wearing robes of deepest blue. They will bring offerings, blood, both animal and their own. They will bring binding chains forged from meteoric iron. They will bring a ritual dagger meant to draw your blood for the final binding. Harry shivered, not entirely from the cold. And we'll be ready for them. Indeed. Death guided Harry through the preparations, a counter-ritual of Death's own design. They walked the clearing's perimeter, Harry trailing his wand in the snow, inscribing symbols that glowed briefly silver before fading from view. At the cardinal points, Harry placed small objects Death had instructed him to bring, a feather, a stone from the lake, a dried herb from the greenhouse, and a single drop of his own blood. This creates a circle of our own, Death explained. When they attempt to bind you, the energy will follow the path we've laid, reflecting back upon them. As midnight approached, they took position beside the yew tree. Harry removed his invisibility cloak, knowing concealment would be useless against the circle's detection magic. Remember, Death said quietly, allow them to begin their ritual. Let them believe they're succeeding until the critical moment. Then speak the words I taught you, and touch the tree. The rest will follow naturally. Harry nodded, heart pounding as the forest grew unnaturally still around them. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath as midnight neared. They came as Death had predicted, 3 tall figures in hooded robes of midnight blue, moving in perfect synchronicity into the clearing from the eastern path. They carried strange implements, a silver bowl, an iron chain glowing with runes, and a curved dagger that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The central figure, taller than the others, spoke first. The boy who defied death comes as foretold. The voice was neither male nor female, but resonant with age and power. On this longest night, the circle closes. Harry remained silent, standing before the yew as Death had instructed. The hooded figures arranged themselves in a triangle, placing their items on the snow before them. Blood calls to blood, intoned the figure to the right, removing a vial of dark liquid from their robes. Death recognizes death. They poured the blood into the silver bowl, where it steamed in the cold air. The center figure raised both hands, and all 3 began chanting in a language Harry didn't recognize but felt he almost understood, the words slithering around his mind like smoke. The snow at his feet began to glow with hidden symbols, their ritual circle, laid weeks before and now activated by their presence. Lines of blue fire traced patterns around Harry, connecting to form a complex mandala with him at its center. You who have touched Death's realm and returned, the central figure called out, you who carry Death's mark upon your soul, you who stand between worlds, we bind you to our purpose. The third figure raised the iron chain, which now writhed like a living thing, snake-like in the moonlight. With chains forged from star metal, we bind your power to our will. Harry felt a pressure building around him, magical energy condensing as their ritual gained momentum. The air grew thick, difficult to breathe. Death stood beside him, invisible to the cultists but a reassuring presence to Harry. Now, Death whispered as the central figure raised the ritual dagger. Harry lifted his wand. I who walk with death reject your binding, he called out, his voice stronger than he'd expected. I turn your circle back upon itself. I reflect your chains to their makers. He touched the yew tree with his free hand, and the clearing exploded with silver light. The symbols Harry and Death had traced hours before flared to life, cutting through the circle's blue fire like lightning through storm clouds. The cultists' chanting turned to cries of alarm as their magical construct warped and twisted. Impossible, the central figure cried. No child could, their words cut off as the silver light reached the ritual bowl, the chains, and the dagger simultaneously. All 3 objects shattered with a sound like breaking glass. The magical backlash threw the cultists backward, snow swirling around them in a sudden vortex. Harry felt Death's hand on his shoulder, steadying him as power surged through the clearing. The yew tree behind them pulsed with energy, its branches swaying despite the still air. It is done, Death said as the silver light faded. Their binding is broken and reflected. They cannot try again for a full cycle of the moon. The 3 figures struggled to their feet, hoods fallen back to reveal their faces, an elderly man with skin like ancient parchment, a middle-aged woman with eyes of such pale blue they appeared almost white, and a younger man whose face bore ritual scars and patterns similar to the symbols they traced. What have you done, boy? The woman demanded, her voice shaking with rage or fear, Harry couldn't tell which. What power protects you? Harry remained silent, wand still raised, as Death had instructed. Let them wonder, let them fear. The eldest cultist stared at Harry with dawning comprehension. Not protected, he whispered. Claimed. The boy is already claimed. His rheumy eyes widened. The deathless one walks beside him. See how the shadows move unnaturally. See how the U responds to his touch. The scarred man grabbed his companion's arm. We must go. Now. Before, whatever he feared went unspoken as a new sound reached the clearing, hoofbeats, many sets, approaching rapidly from multiple directions. The centaurs come, Death said calmly. They've felt the magical disruption. The cultists will flee rather than face them. Sure enough, the three figures gathered their broken implements with desperate haste, backing toward the path they'd arrived by. This isn't finished, Death's child, the woman called out. You've won tonight, but the Dark Lord rises. When he returns fully, even your patron will bow before his power. With that ominous declaration, they vanished into the trees just as the first centaurs galloped into the clearing from the opposite side. Forenza led them, his palomino body gleaming in the moonlight. Behind him came 5 others, bows drawn and aimed first at the retreating cultists, then at Harry himself. Lower your weapons, Forenza commanded his companions. The Potter boy has done us a service this night. The Deathbinders have been driven back. A dark-bodied centaur with wild black hair and beard stepped forward, his expression suspicious. He performs death magic on our sacred night. He consorts with powers beyond mortal understanding. His eyes narrowed. The stars warned of his coming. Mars still burns bright. Yes, Bane, Forenza agreed calmly. War approaches. But not with this child as our enemy. He approached Harry, hooves silent in the snow. You have survived their binding ritual. Few wizards could have done so alone. Harry understood the unspoken question. I had guidance, he said carefully. Forenza nodded, glancing briefly at the space beside Harry where Death stood, invisible to all but Harry himself. The forest acknowledges your right to walk these paths, Harry Potter. You have passed the solstice trial. But danger still awaits, the fragmented one grows stronger, drinking unicorn blood against all natural law. Voldemort, Harry said. He's still in the forest. His servant comes on his behalf, Forenza replied. The turban-headed one with 2 souls. Quirrell, Harry confirmed. Bane stomped angrily. We should not interfere in these human matters. The stars move as they will. The stars show possibilities, not certainties, Forenza countered. And this concerns more than humans alone. He turned back to Harry. Return to your castle, Harry Potter. What was meant to happen tonight has happened. The circle is broken, for now. But greater challenges await when light returns to the land. Harry understood the dismissal. With a respectful nod to the centaurs, he pulled his invisibility cloak back on and headed toward the path leading to Hogwarts. Death walked beside him until they reached the forest's edge. You performed admirably, Death said as the castle came into view. Few wizards 3 times your age could have maintained such composure or channeled such power. I still don't understand what they wanted, Harry admitted. Why try to bind me specifically? Your unique position as both my companion and the boy who lived makes you valuable beyond measure to those seeking power over death. Had they succeeded in binding you, they could have commanded certain aspects of my power through you. Death's form began to fade as they approached the castle wards. But they failed, and in failing, revealed much about themselves. The woman mentioned Voldemort, Harry said. Do you think they're working with him? Not directly, no. The circle has existed far longer than Tom Riddle. But they recognize his return as an opportunity, or perhaps a threat to their own ambitions. Either way, their paths and his may cross in ways that concern us. At the castle doors, Death stopped. I cannot accompany you further tonight. The wards have been strengthened again, Dumbledore likely sensed the magical surge from the forest. Harry nodded. Will the circle try again? Not soon. The rebounding of their ritual will have cost them dearly, magical exhaustion at minimum, possibly worse. But they will recover, and they will reconsider their approach. Death's form grew less substantial with each word. Be vigilant, Harry Potter. Tonight was one battle in a longer war. With that, Death vanished entirely, leaving Harry to make his way silently back to Gryffindor Tower alone, the resurrection stone warm against his chest as if in reassurance. The remainder of the Christmas holidays passed without incident, though Harry noticed increased security around the castle, professors patrolling corridors more frequently, Hagrid checking the forest boundaries daily, even the ghosts seeming more vigilant as they drifted through the halls. When classes resumed in January, Harry threw himself into schoolwork with new determination. The confrontation with the Circle had shown him that knowledge was his greatest weapon. While continuing to hide his true abilities, he pushed himself to excel within the boundaries of what would seem reasonable for a first year. Hermione returned from holidays with renewed enthusiasm for their Nicholas Flamel research, unaware that Harry already knew exactly what was hidden on the third floor. "I can't believe we didn't think of it before," she exclaimed one afternoon, slamming an enormous old book onto the library table. "I checked this out weeks ago for a bit of light reading." "Light?" Ron said incredulously, earning a glare from Hermione as she flipped through the pages. "Here it is," she whispered excitedly. "Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. It transforms any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal." Ron's eyes widened. "Immortal? It's what Snape's after." Hermione continued. "That's what's being guarded on the third floor, the Philosopher's Stone." Harry nodded, feigning surprise and excitement. "That explains everything. No wonder someone's trying to steal it. Anyone would want it." The trio spent the next few weeks monitoring both Snape and Quirrell, unaware that Harry was playing a deeper game. He'd told his friends about his suspicions regarding Quirrell's stuttering act but allowed them to maintain their belief that Snape was the primary threat. It provided useful cover for his observations. February brought increased tension between Snape and Quirrell, noticed even by other students. The potions master could often be found lurking near the defense professor, black eyes watching his every move. Quirrell grew increasingly nervous, his stutter more pronounced, his turban seemingly thicker as if to better conceal its hidden occupant. Harry, meanwhile, continued his nightly conversations with Death when possible, though the strengthened wards often limited their interactions to brief exchanges. Death taught him more advanced magic, not just spells, but magical theory, the underlying principles that would allow him to adapt and create his own workings when necessary. "The Circle revealed their connection to Voldemort," Death explained one night. "This changes our approach. They may attempt to ally with him, offering their ancient knowledge in exchange for his protection." "Would he work with them?" Harry asked. "Tom Riddle has always been willing to use others to achieve his ends. If they offered him access to death magic, ways to further extend his unnatural existence, yes, he would ally with them temporarily." Death's expression grew concerned. Such a partnership would be dangerous indeed. The Circle's ancient rituals combined with Voldemort's raw power and willingness to violate natural law. They were interrupted by a soft knock on the dormitory door. Harry quickly dismissed Death's manifestation as Ron entered, yawning. "You still awake, mate? Heard you talking." "Just thinking out loud," Harry covered smoothly. "Couldn't sleep?" Ron nodded sleepily. "Too much excitement about the Quidditch match tomorrow, probably." The next day brought Gryffindor's match against Hufflepuff, with Snape refereeing, a development that had the whole team on edge. Harry's friends worried Snape would unfairly target Gryffindor to help Slytherin's chances for the cup, but Harry suspected the potions master had volunteered to protect him from another incident like his jinxed broomstick. His suspicion proved correct. Throughout the brief match, ended quickly when Harry caught the snitch in under 5 minutes, Snape's eyes constantly scanned the stands, particularly where Quirrell sat, rather than focusing on the players. The victory celebration in Gryffindor Tower lasted hours, but Harry slipped away early, using the excuse of exhaustion to check on something that had been bothering him since the match. Under his invisibility cloak, he followed a hunch to the third-floor corridor. Sure enough, a shadowy figure was already there, muttering spells at the locked door. Quirrell, his stutter nowhere in evidence as he worked complex unlocking charms on the entrance to Fluffy's chamber. Harry watched from a distance, noting that while Quirrell had abandoned his theatrical stammering, his spells repeatedly failed against Dumbledore's protections. After several frustrated attempts, Quirrell abandoned his efforts. Harry pressed himself against the wall as the professor passed, catching fragments of a one-sided conversation. "Tried, Master, but Dumbledore's enchantments are strong. Patience, yes, but time grows short. The boy suspects something, I'm certain." Harry waited until Quirrell's footsteps faded before returning to Gryffindor Tower, his mind racing. Voldemort was growing impatient, perhaps weakening in his parasitic form. The pressure on Quirrell would only increase. When Harry reported this to Death, his mentor seemed troubled. The timing accelerates. Voldemort feels his temporary body failing. He needs the stone sooner than we anticipated. Should I tell Dumbledore what I know? Harry asked. About Quirrell, I mean, not about us. Not yet, Death advised after consideration. Dumbledore is aware of Quirrell's true nature. He allows this situation to develop deliberately, using the stone as bait while observing how you respond to the danger. He's using me as bait too, then, Harry said, a hint of bitterness in his voice. In a manner of speaking, yes. The headmaster plays a long game, with many pieces in motion simultaneously. Death's expression softened slightly. He believes he acts for the greater good. Whether that justifies his methods is for you to judge. As winter slowly gave way to spring, Harry noticed increasing scrutiny from the headmaster. Dumbledore appeared more frequently during meals, his twinkling blue eyes often finding Harry across the Great Hall. Twice, Harry rounded a corner to find the headmaster seemingly waiting for him, engaging him in seemingly casual conversations that felt like gentle interrogations. "Enjoying your classes, Harry?" Dumbledore asked during one such encounter, falling into step beside him after transfiguration. "Very much, sir," Harry replied politely. "Professor McGonagall tells me you show particular aptitude when you apply yourself. Professor Flitwick says much the same." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Your mother was exceptionally talented in charms, you know. Your father excelled in transfiguration." "So I've heard, sir." "Curious, how talents often pass through families." Dumbledore paused by a window overlooking the grounds. "Though sometimes children develop unexpected abilities. Gifts that surprise even those who think they know them well." Harry maintained a neutral expression. "I suppose we all have hidden depths, sir." "Indeed, Harry. Indeed we do." Dumbledore smiled benignly. "I've noticed you spend considerable time in the library with Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. Researching anything in particular?" "Just keeping up with classes, sir," Harry lied smoothly. "Hermione sets a high standard." "Friendship is perhaps the greatest magic of all," Dumbledore said, his voice suddenly gentle. "Remember that, Harry. In the darkest times, it is those connections that light our way." With that cryptic statement, the headmaster bid him good day and continued down the corridor, leaving Harry to wonder exactly how much Dumbledore had guessed about his secrets. The most dramatic development came in late March, when Harry, Ron, and Hermione discovered Hagrid had somehow acquired a dragon egg. The Norwegian Ridgeback hatched in Hagrid's hut, creating an immediate crisis. Keeping an illegal dragon in a wooden house could only end badly. "We have to convince him to let it go," Hermione insisted as they walked back to the castle. "It's only going to get bigger and more dangerous." "Charlie," Ron said suddenly. "My brother Charlie works with dragons in Romania. We could write to him, ask if he could take it." The plan seemed sound, but its execution proved more complicated. While waiting for Charlie's reply, they visited Hagrid regularly to help with the rapidly growing Norbert. During one such visit, Harry noticed a hooded figure watching the hut from the forest edge, not one of the circle of Morrigan cultists, but someone equally concerning. "Quirrell," he whispered to his friends. "Watching the hut. Ron and Hermione exchanged alarmed glances. "Do you think he suspects about the stone?" Hermione asked once they were safely away from Hagrid's. "Maybe," Harry said. "Or maybe he's just keeping tabs on everyone close to Dumbledore." The dragon situation reached its crisis point when Norbert bit Ron, sending him to the hospital wing with a poisoned hand. While visiting him there, they overheard Malfoy telling Madame Pomfrey he needed to borrow a book from Ron, a clear indication he knew about the dragon and was watching for his chance to get them expelled. Charlie's friends finally agreed to take Norbert, arranging a midnight handoff at the top of the astronomy tower. The plan would require careful timing and use of Harry's invisibility cloak. "I'll go with Hermione," Harry decided. "Ron, you rest that hand." The night of the operation, Harry and Hermione successfully transported Norbert, now crated, to the tower and handed him off to Charlie's friends. Their relief at completing the mission, however, was short-lived. In their excitement, they left the invisibility cloak at the top of the tower. Filch caught them on the way down. Well, he whispered, "we are in trouble." They were marched straight to Professor McGonagall's office, where they found Neville already waiting. He'd been caught trying to warn them about Malfoy, who'd spread the word about their midnight plans. McGonagall was furious. "For students out of bed in one night. I've never heard of such a thing before. You, Miss Granger, I thought you had more sense. As for you, Mr. Potter, I thought Gryffindor meant more to you than this." By the time she finished, they'd lost 50 points each and earned detention. The loss of 150 points in one night plummeted Gryffindor from first to last place for the House Cup, turning the entire house against them overnight. "They'll forget about it eventually," Ron tried to console them, though he looked doubtful. "Fred and George have lost loads of points over the years." Harry barely noticed the cold shoulders and whispers. His mind was on more serious matters. During their midnight adventure, he'd glimpsed something concerning from the astronomy tower. A cloaked figure had moved swiftly across the moonlit grounds toward the forbidden forest, the distinctive purple of Quirrell's turban visible briefly when the hood slipped. "He's going to the forest nearly every night now," Harry told Death during their next meeting. "For unicorn blood, according to Forenza." "Voldemort grows weaker," Death confirmed. "Unicorn blood can sustain him, but at a terrible price. The moment one slays something so pure to extend one's own life, one's soul is damaged beyond most repair. More damaged than it already is from creating Horcruxes?" Harry asked, recalling their discussions of Voldemort's soul fragments. "A different kind of damage. Horcruxes tear the soul, unicorn blood corrupts what remains." Death's expression turned grim. "He grows desperate. The attempt on the stone will come soon." The detention for their nighttime excursion finally came the following week. They were to help Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest, investigating who or what had been killing unicorns. "This is servant stuff," Malfoy complained as Hagrid led them into the forest. "Wait till my father hears about this." Harry felt a strange anticipation rather than fear. The forest had become almost familiar after his previous excursions with Death. When Hagrid split them into groups, Harry, Malfoy, and Fawkes taking one path while Hagrid, Hermione, and Neville took another, he wasn't concerned for his own safety. They hadn't gone far when they found unicorn blood splashed on tree roots. Harry followed the silvery trail, Malfoy grumbling behind him, until they reached a clearing. There, lying on the ground, was the unicorn, dead, its beautiful legs splayed at awkward angles, its mane spread pearly white on the dark leaves. Before Harry could approach, a slithering sound made him freeze. From the shadows, a hooded figure crawled across the ground like a stalking beast. It reached the unicorn, lowered its head over the wound in the animal's side, and began to drink its blood. Malfoy screamed and bolted with Fawkes. The hooded figure raised its head, unicorn blood dribbling down its front. It got to its feet and came swiftly toward Harry, whose scar exploded with pain more intense than he'd ever experienced. Half blinded, Harry staggered backward. Hoofbeats thundered behind him, and something jumped over him, charging at the figure. The pain in Harry's scar lessened enough for him to see Firenze standing over him. The hooded figure vanished into the trees. "Are you all right?" the centaur asked, helping Harry to his feet. "Yes, thank you," Harry managed, his scar still throbbing. "What was that?" Firenze looked solemnly into the darkness. "Harry Potter, do you know what unicorn blood is used for?" "To keep someone alive, even if they're an inch from death," Harry answered, revealing more knowledge than a first year should have before he could stop himself. If Firenze noticed this discrepancy, he didn't comment. It is a monstrous thing, to slay a unicorn. Only one who has nothing to lose, and everything to gain, would commit such a crime. "Voldemort," Harry said quietly. Firenze nodded. "The stars have been read wrongly before, even by centaurs. I hope this is one such occasion." They walked in silence until they met Hagrid, Hermione, Neville, and a shaken Malfoy returning with Fawn. "The unicorn is in that clearing, Hagrid," Firenze said. "I leave Harry Potter in your care. The forest is not safe, especially for him. Good luck, Harry Potter. The planets have been read wrongly before." With that cryptic farewell, Firenze galloped away, leaving Harry to explain what they'd seen. He described the hooded figure and the unicorn, but didn't mention his certainty that the figure was Quirrell hosting Voldemort. That revelation could wait for the right moment. Back in the common room, Ron had waited up for them, falling asleep over his transfiguration notes. Harry gently woke him, sending Hermione and Neville to bed before recounting the forest incident. "Snape wants the stone for Voldemort," Ron whispered, horrified. "And all this time we thought he just wanted to get rich. If Voldemort comes back, he'll try to kill me again," Harry said grimly, maintaining the fiction that he believed Snape was the culprit. "Firenze saved me, but he shouldn't have done so." Bane was furious, talked about interfering with what the planets say is going to happen. Ron looked pale in the firelight. "Stop saying the name." Harry barely heard him, his mind racing ahead to what he knew was coming. Death had warned him that Voldemort would make his move for the stone soon, driven by desperation as unicorn blood failed to provide lasting strength. The timing, Harry suspected, would coincide with Dumbledore leaving the castle, the headmaster being the one person Voldemort still feared. As exams approached and the weather turned warmer, Harry paid close attention to Dumbledore's movements, noting the increasingly frequent owls arriving at breakfast, the hushed conversations with McGonagall. Something was building toward a climax. Harry could feel it in the air, in the increasing pain from his scar, in Death's increasingly urgent warnings during their brief communications. "Be ready," Death told him on the night before their first exam. Events accelerate toward their conclusion. Harry's preparation was about to be put to the ultimate test. The confrontation Death had been training him for since he was 6 years old was finally at hand. When Voldemort made his move for the Philosopher's Stone, Harry Potter would be waiting, the boy who lived, now the boy who walked with death, ready to face his parents' killer for the first time since that fateful Halloween night 10 years ago. Chapter 3, The Master of Death exams ended in a wave of summer heat. While his classmates celebrated on the sun-soaked grounds, Harry paced Gryffindor Tower with mounting tension. His scar hadn't stopped burning for days, and every instinct screamed that something terrible was about to happen. "Harry, you're making me dizzy," Ron complained from his sprawled position on the common room sofa. "Exams are over. You should be happy." "I can't shake this feeling," Harry replied, pausing at the window. "Voldemort's going to make his move for the stone soon." "I know it." Hermione looked up from her textbook review. "But it's safe as long as Dumbledore's here. Everyone says he's the only one you know who ever feared." Harry turned toward his friends, decision crystallizing. "That's just it. What if Dumbledore isn't here?" Ron sat up. "What are you talking about?" "I've been watching. Dumbledore's been receiving urgent owls for days. The Ministry's been calling him away repeatedly." Harry's eyes narrowed. What if it's all been orchestrated? What if Voldemort's been creating distractions to get Dumbledore out of the castle? Before either could answer, Harry's face suddenly paled. We need to see Hagrid. Now. They raced across the grounds to Hagrid's hut, finding him sitting outside shelling peas. Hello, Hagrid smiled. Finished your exams? Got time for a drink? No, Hagrid, I've got to ask you something, Harry said urgently. The night you won Norbert's egg, what did the stranger you were playing cards with look like? Dunno, Hagrid shrugged. Kept his hood up. Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. What did you talk about? Did he mention Hogwarts at all? Might it come up, Hagrid frowned, trying to remember. Yeah, he asked what sort of creatures I look after, so I told him about Fluffy. Did he seem interested in Fluffy? Harry pressed. Well, yeah, how often d'you come across a three-headed dog? I told him, Fluffy's a piece o' cake if you know how to calm him down, just play him a bit o' music and he falls straight to sleep. Hagrid suddenly looked horrified. I shouldn't ha' told ya that. Forget I said it. But Harry was already running back toward the castle, Ron and Hermione at his heels. Where are we going? Hermione gasped. Dumbledore's office. We have to tell him Snape knows how to get past Fluffy. Harry still hadn't corrected his friend's assumption that Snape was the villain. It provided better cover for his own knowledge that Quirrell was Voldemort's host. They'd learn the truth soon enough. They skidded to a halt before the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. Password? Harry asked desperately, but neither of his friends knew. What are you three doing inside on a day like this? Professor McGonagall asked, appearing with an armful of books. We need to see Professor Dumbledore, Hermione said quickly. Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago, McGonagall replied. He received an urgent owl from the Ministry and flew off for London at once. Harry's stomach dropped. He's gone. Now. Professor Dumbledore is a very important wizard, Potter. He has many demands on his time, but this is important. It's about the Philosopher's Stone. The books McGonagall carried crashed to the floor. How do you know? Someone's going to try and steal it, Harry insisted. McGonagall eyed them suspiciously. Professor Dumbledore will be back tomorrow. The stone is perfectly well protected. Now, I suggest you all go back outside and enjoy the sunshine. When she left, Harry turned to his friends. It's happening tonight. Quirrell's going after the stone tonight, and Dumbledore's been lured away. Quirrell. Ron looked confused. But you've been saying Snape, it's been Quirrell all along, Harry admitted. Working with Voldemort. The stuttering is an act. Snape's been trying to protect the stone from him. How long have you known? Hermione asked sharply. A while, Harry confessed. I'll explain everything later, but right now we need a plan. They huddled in an empty classroom to strategize. Harry proposed they go through the trapdoor after dinner, but as they left the room, they found Snape blocking their path. Good afternoon, he said silkily. You shouldn't be inside on a day like this. His black eyes lingered on Harry. People will think you're up to something. After he swept away, they finalized their plan. Harry would use his invisibility cloak to monitor the third-floor corridor while Ron and Hermione kept watch elsewhere. We'll meet at the corridor at midnight, Harry decided. If Quirrell makes his move before then, I'll send word somehow. As his friends headed to dinner, Harry slipped away to his dormitory. The moment he was alone, he took out the resurrection stone. You were right, Harry told Death when they appeared. Dumbledore's gone. Voldemort's making his move tonight. Death nodded solemnly. The threads converge. Tonight you will face him directly for the first time since you were an infant. What should I do? Harry asked. Stop Quirrell. Let events play out as Dumbledore expects. What do you think Dumbledore expects? Death asked instead of answering. Harry considered. He expects me to figure it out. To go after the stone myself. He's testing me. Indeed. The first of many tests he has planned for you. Death's form seemed more substantial than usual within the castle walls. The wards thin as Dumbledore's absence lengthens. I can accompany you tonight, Harry Potter, though only you will see me. Harry nodded, a plan forming. Then I'll face Quirrell as Dumbledore expects, but with you beside me. I'll learn what Voldemort has become, what we're truly facing. A wise approach. Death moved closer. But there is something else you should know before tonight's confrontation. Something about your connection to Voldemort. Harry listened intently as Death explained what he'd long suspected but never confirmed, how the night Voldemort tried to kill him, a fragment of the Dark Wizard's soul had attached to Harry himself. I'm a Horcrux, Harry whispered, the terrible truth settling into his bones. An accidental one. Yes and no, Death said carefully. You contain a soul fragment, but you are not a Horcrux in the traditional sense. A true Horcrux requires specific ritual preparation. Your case is unique. Is that why I can speak Parseltongue? Why my scar hurts when he's near? Death nodded. The connection flows both ways. It gives you some of his abilities, while giving him an unwitting connection to you. Can it be removed? Harry asked, voice steady despite his inner turmoil. Eventually. But not without great risk. Death's expression softened marginally. Tonight, this connection may prove useful. It will let you sense his presence, his intentions. Use that awareness, but guard your own mind carefully. They spent the next hour preparing, Death coaching Harry on what he might face beyond the trapdoor, what protections Dumbledore likely placed, and most importantly, how to shield himself from Voldemort's possession attempts. He may recognize something different about you, Death warned. Your connection to me leaves marks invisible to most, but one who has delved so deeply into death magic might sense something amiss. Should I hide it? No. Let him wonder. Fear of the unknown may prove your greatest weapon tonight. As midnight approached, Harry donned his invisibility cloak and made his way to the third-floor corridor. Ron and Hermione were already waiting, nervously checking their watches. Any sign of Quirrell? Harry whispered, removing the cloak. No, but I think, Hermione began, then stopped abruptly as a door creaked down the corridor. They flattened themselves against the wall as footsteps approached, not Quirrell's, but Snape's distinctive stride. He passed without noticing them, heading directly for the forbidden door. He's going after the stone first. Ron hissed once Snape was out of earshot. We've got to follow. No, Harry said, surprising his friends. He's checking the protections. Quirrell's already down there, look. He pointed to a nearby classroom door, slightly ajar, where Quirrell's discarded purple turban lay on the floor. He's shed his disguise, Harry explained grimly. Which means he's ready for his final move. They crept to the door guarding Fluffy. Inside, they found the massive three-headed dog already asleep, a bewitched harp playing in the corner. Snape must have just been here, Ron whispered. Harry shook his head. Quirrell. He's already gone through. He pointed to the open trapdoor beneath one of Fluffy's enormous paws. We're going after him, aren't we? Hermione asked, though she clearly knew the answer. Harry nodded. You two don't have to come. This is my fight. Don't be stupid, Ron said firmly. Of course we're coming. We're in this together, Hermione added, squeezing Harry's hand briefly. The gesture of support warmed him. Death stood silently nearby, visible only to Harry, observing with those bottomless eyes. Right then, Harry said. I'll go first. He lowered himself through the trapdoor, falling through darkness until he landed on something soft and plant-like. It's okay, he called up. It's a soft landing. Ron and Hermione followed quickly. The moment they landed, the plant began to twist snake-like tendrils around their bodies. Devil's snare. Hermione identified immediately. It likes dark and damp, so light a fire. Ron choked as the plant tightened around his chest. But there's no wood. Hermione cried, panicking. Have you gone mad? Ron bellowed. Are you a witch or not? Oh, right. Hermione twisted her wand arm free and cast blue flames that sent the plant retreating. They dropped to a stone passageway below. Harry glanced at Death, who gestured forward silently. The next chamber contained hundreds of winged keys flying overhead, with broomsticks propped against the wall. We need to catch the key to that door, Harry said, examining the ancient lock. Look for an old-fashioned one, probably silver like the handle. They mounted the brooms, Harry's seeker skills proving crucial as they cornered a large silver key with a bent wing. Quirrell must have injured it when he came through, Harry observed as they unlocked the door. The chamber beyond contained a giant chessboard. They had to play their way across, with Ron brilliantly directing their moves until he sacrificed himself to allow Harry to checkmate the king. Go on without me. Ron called from where he lay stunned. I'll be all right. Harry and Hermione continued to the next challenge, a troll, already knocked out by Quirrell, and then to Snape's logic puzzle guarding the final doorway. 7 differently shaped bottles stood on a table, with flames blocking both forward and backward paths. Hermione solved the riddle quickly, identifying which potion would allow passage through the black flames ahead. There's only enough for one of us, she said, holding up the tiny bottle. Harry nodded. I'll go on. Get Ron, get out, then use the brooms from the key room to get past Fluffy. Send an owl to Dumbledore. Harry. Hermione hesitated, then threw her arms around him. You're a great wizard, you know. Not as good as you, he said, genuinely touched by her faith in him. Me? Books and cleverness. She shook her head. There are more important things, friendship, bravery. Her eyes lingered on his face. Just, be careful. After she left through the purple flames, Harry turned to Death, still visible beside him. He's waiting, Death said simply. Remember what we discussed. Show him nothing of our connection unless absolutely necessary. Harry nodded, drank the potion in one gulp, and walked through the black flames. The final chamber was circular, with a familiar mirror standing in the center, the mirror of Eris that Harry had discovered months earlier. Quirrell stood before it, his back to the entrance. Without his turban, the back of his head was exposed, revealing another face growing from his skull, noseless, with glaring red eyes. I wondered whether I'd be meeting you here, Potter, Quirrell said calmly, turning to face Harry. His stutter was completely gone. Always so nosy, always turning up where you're not wanted. I know about Voldemort, Harry replied steadily. I know he's possessing you. Quirrell smiled thinly. Clever boy. The master is with me wherever I go. I am never alone, never. He snapped his fingers, and ropes sprang out of thin air, wrapping around Harry. Death moved closer but did not interfere, observing as they had planned. Now wait quietly while I examine this mirror, Quirrell instructed, turning back to the mirror of Eris. It's the key to finding the stone. Dumbledore's clever trick. Harry watched as Quirrell muttered to himself, growing increasingly frustrated. I see the stone. I'm presenting it to my master, but how do I get it? Use the boy, came a high, cold voice that seemed to emanate from Quirrell himself. Use the boy. Quirrell rounded on Harry. Come here, Potter. The ropes fell away. Harry approached slowly, Voldemort's face now visible over Quirrell's shoulder, watching him with those terrible red eyes. Look in the mirror and tell me what you see, Quirrell commanded. Harry stood before the mirror of Eris, expecting to see his parents as he had before. Instead, he saw his reflection smile and put its hand in its pocket, withdrawing a blood-red stone. His reflection winked and returned the stone to its pocket, and as it did so, Harry felt something heavy drop into his real pocket. Somehow, incredibly, he'd gotten the Philosopher's Stone. Well? Quirrell demanded impatiently. What do you see? Harry thought quickly. I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I've won the House Cup. He lies, shrieked Voldemort's voice. Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough, for this. Harry stood rooted to the spot as Quirrell unwrapped his head completely. Where the back of his head should have been, a chalk-white face with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils stared back at Harry, Voldemort, reduced to parasitic existence. Harry Potter, the face whispered. See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. Unicorn blood has strengthened me these past weeks, but once I have the elixir of life, I will create a body of my own. As Voldemort spoke, Harry felt his scar burning white-hot with pain. Death moved behind him, unseen by the others, a steady presence at Harry's back. Give me the stone in your pocket, Voldemort demanded. You know. Harry asked, buying time. I see poorly through this vessel, but I sense magic, and something else about you, Potter. Something different. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You have changed since our last meeting. You carry a strange aura, familiar, yet elusive. Harry remained silent, feeling death's cold presence strengthening behind him. No matter, Voldemort continued. Give me the stone, and I shall let you live. Refuse, and you will meet the same end as your parents. They died begging for mercy. Liar. Harry shouted, anger flaring. Voldemort's face twisted in a terrible smile. How touching. I always value bravery. Your parents were brave. I killed your father first, and he put up a courageous fight, but your mother needn't have died. She was trying to protect you. You'll never understand sacrifice, Harry said, backing away toward the flames. Or love. That's why you failed to kill me. Failed? Voldemort hissed. Seize him. Quirrell lunged forward, grabbing Harry's wrist. Immediately, needle-sharp pain seared through Harry's scar, but something else happened too. Quirrell jumped back, howling in agony, his fingers blistering before Harry's eyes. Seize him. Seize him. Voldemort shrieked. Quirrell tackled Harry, hands around his throat. Harry's scar nearly blinded him with pain, but he reached up instinctively, pressing his palms against Quirrell's face. The professor screamed, his skin burning and blistering wherever Harry touched. Harry understood instantly, Quirrell couldn't touch him without suffering terrible pain. He lunged forward, grabbing Quirrell's arm with both hands. Master, I cannot hold him. Quirrell screamed. My hands, my hands. Then kill him, fool, and be done, shrieked Voldemort. Quirrell raised his wand, but Harry pressed his hands against the professor's face, ignoring the pain in his own scar. What is this magic? Voldemort's voice hissed in confusion and growing fear. What power do you possess, boy? As Quirrell writhed and screamed beneath his touch, Harry felt death step forward, directly behind him now. Though Voldemort couldn't see death, something in the air changed, a sudden chill, a deepening of shadows, a sense of ancient, implacable power filling the chamber. Voldemort's red eyes widened in sudden comprehension. No, it cannot be. His voice held genuine fear now. You walk with, before he could finish, Quirrell's body convulsed violently. Harry felt himself losing consciousness from the pain in his scar, his vision dimming as Quirrell crumbled beneath his hands. The last thing he heard was Voldemort's furious, terrified scream and Death's quiet voice in his ear, well done, Harry Potter. Harry woke in the hospital wing, sunlight streaming through the windows. Dumbledore sat beside his bed, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Good afternoon, Harry, the headmaster said pleasantly. Harry blinked, memories flooding back. Sir. The stone. Quirrell. Voldemort. Calm yourself, dear boy, you are a little behind the times, Dumbledore smiled. Quirrell does not have the stone. Then who does? Sir, I, Harry, Please relax, or Madame Pomfrey will have me thrown out. Harry took a deep breath, noticing the table piled high with candy and cards. Tokens from your friends and admirers, Dumbledore explained. What happened down in the dungeons between you and Professor Quirrell is a complete secret, so, naturally, the whole school knows. As Dumbledore explained how he had arrived just in time to pull Quirrell off Harry, he studied the boy with unusual intensity. Harry maintained careful eye contact, feeling gentle probes against his mental shields. The stone has been destroyed, by the way, Dumbledore continued. Nicholas and I had a little chat and agreed it was for the best. But that means he and his wife will die, won't they? Harry asked, already knowing the answer. They have enough elixir to set their affairs in order. To one as young as you, I'm sure it seems incredible, but to Nicholas and Perenelle, it really is like going to bed after a very, very long day. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Sir. I've been thinking. Even without the stone, Voldemort will try to come back, won't he? Yes, Harry, he will. He is still out there somewhere, perhaps looking for another body to share, not being truly alive, he cannot be killed. Harry detected something carefully unsaid in Dumbledore's words, knowledge about Horcruxes the headmaster wasn't ready to share. Sir, there are things I'd like to know, if you can tell me. The truth, Dumbledore sighed. A beautiful and terrible thing, and should therefore be treated with great caution. However, I shall answer your questions unless I have a very good reason not to. Harry chose his words carefully. Voldemort said he only killed my mother because she tried to stop him from killing me. Why would he want to kill me in the first place? Something like pain flickered across Dumbledore's face. Alas, the first thing you ask me, I cannot tell you. Not today. Not now. You will know, one day, when you are ready. Harry had expected this. Death had warned him Dumbledore would keep the prophecy secret as long as possible. He moved to his next question. Why couldn't Quirrell touch me? Your mother died to save you. If there is one thing Voldemort cannot understand, it is love. He didn't realize that love as powerful as your mother's for you leaves its own mark. Not a scar, no visible sign. To have been loved so deeply, even though the person who loved us is gone, will give us some protection forever. Harry nodded, already knowing this from Death's explanations years ago, but appreciating Dumbledore's confirmation. And sir, down in the chamber. I think Voldemort sensed something about me. Something that frightened him. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, his piercing blue eyes studying Harry with renewed intensity. Did he indeed? How fascinating. What do you suppose that might have been? Harry shrugged innocently. I don't know, sir. But right at the end, before I passed out, he looked scared. Voldemort has delved into many dark branches of magic, Harry. Perhaps in doing so, he has become sensitive to unusual magical signatures. Dumbledore's voice remained casual, but his eyes never left Harry's face. You are, after all, quite an extraordinary young wizard. The conversation continued with Dumbledore explaining Snape's protection of Harry due to James Potter saving his life, but Harry sensed the headmaster's lingering curiosity about Voldemort's reaction. After Dumbledore left, Harry lay back, contemplating their conversation. The headmaster suspected something but wasn't yet certain what connection Harry had beyond his mother's protection. That night, after Madame Pomfrey finally slept, Death manifested beside Harry's hospital bed. Dumbledore suspects, Harry whispered. Of course, Death replied. He is far too perceptive not to notice something unusual about your magical development. But suspicion is not knowledge. Voldemort recognized you, Harry said. At the end. He couldn't see you, but he sensed your presence. Tom Riddle has walked closer to my realm than perhaps any wizard still tethered to life. His soul fragments, his unicorn blood consumption, his obsession with immortality, all have given him a certain awareness. Death moved closer. This changes our approach. He will seek to understand what he sensed, what power you possess that he does not. The prophecy, Harry said quietly. Dumbledore wouldn't tell me. As expected. He believes you too young for such a burden. Death's expression was unreadable. But you have carried heavier burdens already, have you not? Harry nodded. When will you tell me the full prophecy? Soon. But first, recover your strength. The year ends, and with it, this chapter of your education. Death began to fade as footsteps approached the hospital wing. We will speak again at Privet Drive, where we began. The end-of-year feast found Harry fully recovered and celebrated as a hero. Gryffindor won the House Cup after Dumbledore awarded last-minute points for their adventure, 50 each to Ron and Hermione, and 60 to Harry, pushing them just past Slytherin. On the train journey home, Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, their friendship solidified by all they'd faced together. When Ron invited him to visit over the summer, Harry felt a warmth he'd never experienced before, the simple joy of being wanted. You must come and stay this summer, Ron insisted. Both of you. I'll send an owl. Thanks, Harry said sincerely. I'll need something to look forward to. As King's Cross approached, Hermione grew unusually quiet. You okay? Harry asked when Ron left to find the trolley. Just thinking about everything that happened this year, she replied, studying him with those perceptive brown eyes. Harry, in the chamber, when you faced you-know-who, something happened that you haven't told us, didn't it? Harry hesitated. What makes you say that? Little things. The way Dumbledore watches you now. How the ghosts still act strangely around you. And sometimes. She lowered her voice, sometimes I see you talking to someone who isn't there. Harry's heart raced. He'd underestimated Hermione's observational skills. If there was something, he said carefully, it would have to remain secret. For everyone's safety. Instead of pressing further, Hermione simply took his hand. I trust you, Harry. Whatever it is, just know you don't have to face it alone. The simple acceptance in her words touched him deeply. Thank you, he whispered. At King's Cross, Harry said goodbye to his friends with promises to write. Uncle Vernon waited with a purple face, clearly furious about the attention Harry's owl was attracting. As they drove back to Privet Drive, Harry smiled to himself. Vernon had no idea about the resurrection stone in Harry's pocket, or the nightly visits from death that would soon resume. His first year at Hogwarts had ended, but his real education was just beginning. Summer at Privet Drive began much as previous summers had, with one significant difference. The Dursleys now left Harry almost completely alone, fearful of both his newfound magic and the strange power they still sensed around him. On his first night back, death materialized more fully than ever within the walls of the house. The protection weakens, Death explained. Your mother's sacrifice still shields you from Voldemort directly, but its overall strength diminishes as your connection to me grows stronger. Harry sat cross-legged on his bed, facing his oldest mentor. You promised to tell me the prophecy. Death nodded. The time has come for certain truths. The air around them grew still as Death spoke words Harry had long awaited, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry absorbed the words silently, their weight settling into his bones. So it's true. Either I kill him, or he kills me. Prophecies are rarely so straightforward, Death cautioned. The words speak of marking you as his equal, which he did, and of a power he knows not. Love, according to Dumbledore, Harry said. Love, yes. Your mother's protection. But also. Death gestured to the space between them. This. Our connection. Your ability to walk between worlds, to understand death without fearing it. And the last part? Neither can live while the other survives. Death's expression grew solemn. This relates to what I told you beneath Hogwarts. The fragment of Voldemort's soul within you creates a connection that neither of you can fully escape while both exist. So I do have to die, Harry said flatly. Not necessarily. There are ways to remove a soul fragment without destroying the host. Death moved closer. But such magic is ancient and complex. It will take time to prepare you. They spent hours discussing the prophecy, Horcruxes, and the path ahead. Death revealed that Voldemort had created multiple Horcruxes, not just the diary that would arrive at Hogwarts with Ginny Weasley next year, but several others, including objects belonging to the Founders. Dumbledore suspects but doesn't yet know the full extent, Death explained. He will spend the coming years hunting them, gradually bringing you into his confidence when he believes you ready. But we'll be ahead of him, Harry said, understanding dawning. We already know what he's seeking. Precisely. Knowledge is power, Harry Potter. While Dumbledore plays his long game, we will play ours. The summer days fell into a new routine. By day, Harry completed chores and homework, occasionally exchanging letters with Ron and Hermione. By night, Death taught him increasingly advanced magic, not just spells, but magical theory, ritual workings, and the fundamental laws governing life, death, and the forces between. The wand movement for most shield charms follows the geometric principle of reflection, Death explained during one lesson. The angle of magical defense equals the angle of magical attack. This is why circular shields are most effective against unknown threats, they present equal angles from all directions. Harry practiced the movements with a stick, unable to use his actual wand due to the restriction on underage magic. Is this why the counter-ritual against the Circle of Morrigan worked? Geometric reflection? Partly. Magical energy follows certain universal patterns. Understanding those patterns allows one to redirect rather than simply block hostile magic. Death created a diagram in the air, glowing lines showing the flow of energy during different types of magical confrontation. As July progressed, Harry grew increasingly concerned about the lack of communication from his friends. No letters had arrived since the summer began, despite their promises to write regularly. The mystery was solved on his 12th birthday, when a house elf named Dobby appeared in his bedroom, confessing to intercepting Harry's mail in a misguided attempt to keep him from returning to Hogwarts. There is a plot, Harry Potter, the elf squeaked. A plot to make most terrible things happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year. After Dobby left, having dropped Aunt Petunia's pudding and gotten Harry in trouble with both the Ministry and the Dursleys, Death confirmed the elf's warning. The diary Horcrux will indeed cause the Chamber of Secrets to open, Death said. Lucius Malfoy plans to slip it into Ginny Weasley's cauldron during your upcoming trip to Diagon Alley. Should I stop him? Harry asked. Death considered. No. Events must unfold in certain ways for our long-term plans. The diary must come to Hogwarts, though we will ensure minimal harm comes from it. But Ginny will be watched carefully, Death assured him. You now know the danger in advance. You can monitor her, intervene before permanent damage occurs. Harry wasn't entirely satisfied with this approach, but trusted Death's judgment on the complex interplay of fate and consequence. The remainder of summer passed in frustration, with Harry locked in his bedroom after the pudding incident. Vernon had installed bars on his window and a cat flap for meager food deliveries. Only Death's nightly visits made the situation bearable. Rescue finally came in the form of Ron, Fred, and George Weasley in their father's flying Ford Anglia. After a daring escape from Privet Drive, Harry spent the final weeks of summer at the Burrow, a magical, chaotic household that represented everything the Dursleys' home was not. Harry treasured these weeks of normalcy, playing Quidditch in the orchard, degnoming the garden with Ron, and exploring Mr. Weasley's shed of Muggle artifacts. Though he couldn't summon death within the Burrow's loving chaos, he felt the resurrection stone warm occasionally in his pocket, a reminder of his mentor's constant presence. Their trip to Diagon Alley proved eventful, with Harry accidentally ending up in Knockturn Alley after a flu mishap, then witnessing an ugly confrontation between Mr. Weasley and Lucius Malfoy in Flourish and Blots. Just as Death had predicted, Harry observed Malfoy slipping the diary into Ginny's second-hand cauldron during the distraction. "Did you see that?" he whispered to Ron afterward. "See what?" "Nothing," Harry said quickly. "Just Lockhart being a prat again." He'd decided not to explain about the diary yet. The timing wasn't right, and without revealing his source of knowledge, it would raise too many questions. The journey back to Hogwarts brought its own challenge when Harry and Ron found themselves unable to pass through the barrier at platform 9 3/4. Their solution, flying Mr. Weasley's car to school, resulted in a crash landing into the Whomping Willow and near expulsion. "Of all the trees we could have hit, we had to get the one that hits back," Ron moaned as they staggered into the Great Hall during the sorting feast. Snape's gleeful threat of expulsion was overruled by Dumbledore, who merely assigned detention. Throughout the encounter, Harry noticed the headmaster watching him with that same calculating curiosity he'd shown at the end of first year. That night, in the safety of his four-poster with privacy charms in place, Harry finally reunited properly with Death. "The old magic of Hogwarts recognizes you differently now," Death observed. "The castle itself acknowledges your growth, your connection to me strengthening. Will that make our meetings easier?" "In some ways. The castle will provide spaces for us, rooms that appear when needed, passages that lead where you must go." Death's form seemed more at home within Hogwarts now. "But others will notice too. The ghosts already recognize you as different. Some professors may begin to sense it as well." "Dumbledore already suspects something," Harry said. "And Snape watches me constantly." "Yes. Both are exceptionally perceptive. This year, you must balance learning with discretion." Death gestured to Harry's trunk. "The diary will soon begin its work. You must monitor Ginny Weasley carefully while preparing for the chamber's opening." "How?" "I can't follow her everywhere." "No, but you can create a detection ward key to Riddle's magical signature within the diary. I will teach you tonight." The lesson that followed introduced Harry to a branch of magic beyond anything in the Hogwarts curriculum, the creation of personalized wards that could detect specific magical energies. By dawn, Harry had mastered the basic technique, though implementing it throughout the castle would take time. Classes began the next day with herbology, where they tackled mandrakes under Professor Sprout's direction. Harry partnered with a Hufflepuff boy who introduced himself as Justin Finch Fletchley, maintaining the friendly, approachable demeanor that had served him well in first year despite his growing powers. Defense against the dark arts proved as useless as Death had warned, with Gilderoy Lockhart releasing Cornish pixies into the classroom before fleeing, leaving the students to recapture them. "Can you believe him?" Hermione said afterward, still struggling to reframe her initial admiration in light of Lockhart's incompetence. "Unfortunately, yes," Harry replied. "The real question is what we're going to do about actual defense education this year." "What do you mean?" Ron asked. "Lockhart's useless. But with the stuff that happened last year, we need to know how to protect ourselves." Harry had been considering this since Death mentioned the chamber opening. "Maybe we should form a study group. Learn defensive magic on our own." Hermione's eyes lit up. "That's brilliant, Harry. We could meet in the library, find proper defensive spells, and practice together." "You want to do extra work?" Ron looked horrified. "Not work, practical magic," Harry corrected. "The kind that might save our lives someday." Something in his tone must have convinced Ron, who reluctantly agreed. By dinner, they had plans for their first meeting that weekend, with Hermione already compiling a list of useful defensive spells. Over the next few weeks, Harry balanced multiple priorities: regular classes, Quidditch practice under Wood's fanatic leadership, the defensive study group that grew to include Neville and several other Gryffindors, and his ongoing education with Death. Most importantly, he implemented the detection ward around Gryffindor Tower, keyed specifically to the magical signature Death helped him identify as Tom Riddle's. The ward wouldn't stop the diary's influence, but it would alert Harry whenever Ginny used it. The first alert came in early October. Harry was completing a transfiguration essay when the ward triggered, a subtle magical vibration only he could feel. Glancing across the common room, he saw Ginny writing in a small black book, her expression unnaturally focused. "I'll be right back," he told Ron and Hermione, moving casually toward where Ginny sat alone. "Hi Ginny," he said, sitting beside her. "What are you working on?" The first year jumped, snapping the diary shut. "And nothing. Just homework. Everything okay? You seem tired lately." Ginny blushed crimson. "I'm fine. Just adjusting to classes." Harry nodded, not pressing further. "If you ever need help with anything, you can ask me. Or Ron, of course, though his homework skills are questionable." The small joke earned a genuine smile, momentarily replacing the haunted look in her eyes. "Thanks, Harry." He returned to his friends, concerned. The diary was already affecting her, earlier than he'd expected. "What was that about?" Ron asked suspiciously. "Just being friendly," Harry shrugged. She seemed upset. Hermione gave him an approving look. "That was kind of you. She does seem to be having a hard time adjusting." The defensive study group provided an unexpected opportunity when their first practical meeting in an empty classroom attracted more students than anticipated. Word spread, Hermione explained, as Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs joined the original Gryffindors. "People want to learn proper defense after the Pixie disaster." Harry found himself nominated as the group's leader, his reputation from the Philosopher's Stone incident giving his instructions weight despite his age. He began with simple defensive spells Death had taught him years ago: Expelliarmus, basic shields, minor jinxes and their counters. "The key to effective defense isn't just knowing the spells," he explained, channeling Death's teaching style. "It's understanding the principles behind them. Most defensive magic works on reflection or absorption." The lessons proved popular, with attendance growing each week. Even Percy Weasley, initially suspicious of unsanctioned gatherings, eventually joined after Hermione cleverly framed it as supplementary academic preparation. "This is brilliant, Harry," Neville said after successfully disarming Seamus 3 times in a row. "Where did you learn all this?" "Books," Harry replied automatically. "And some practice over the summer." Hermione narrowed her eyes suspiciously but didn't comment. As October ended, the diary's influence on Ginny grew more noticeable. Harry's detection ward triggered more frequently, and he observed her growing paler, more withdrawn. Death confirmed Harry's suspicions during their nightly meetings. "The first attack will come on Halloween," Death said. The message on the wall, Mrs. Norris petrified. "No deaths yet, merely a warning." "Should I intervene?" Harry asked, troubled by Ginny's deterioration. "Not directly. Observe, protect where possible, but allow certain events to unfold." Death's expression was unreadable. The diary must believe its plan proceeds undetected for now. Halloween arrived with Hogwarts in festive spirits, unaware of the danger. Harry attended nearly headless Nick's Death Day party with Ron and Hermione, using it as an opportunity to question the ghosts about the Chamber of Secrets. "Not our time," the fat friar said nervously when Harry casually raised the subject. "Before any of us. Though you might ask the Baron, he's oldest among us." The bloody Baron merely gave Harry a knowing look. "The Death Friend asks dangerous questions," he intoned. "The chamber holds secrets beyond mere monsters." "Death Friend?" Hermione repeated sharply. Harry quickly changed the subject, but noticed Hermione watching him more closely afterward. Leaving the Death Day party, they heard at first, a voice in the walls, speaking of killing and hunger. Harry froze, recognizing Parseltongue, though Ron and Hermione heard nothing. "It's going to kill someone," he exclaimed, running toward the voice. They turned a corner to find the corridor flooded, with foot-high words shimmering on the wall: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Mrs. Norris hung stiffly from a torch bracket, petrified just as Death had predicted. The school erupted in fear after the Halloween incident. Theories about the heir of Slytherin and the Chamber of Secrets dominated every conversation. Filch, grief-stricken over Mrs. Norris, took to guarding the scene of the attack, while teachers escorted students between classes. In their History of Magic class, Hermione finally succeeded in getting Professor Binns to discuss the chamber legend. The story goes that Slytherin built a hidden chamber within the castle, unknown to the other founders, and sealed it until his own true heir returned to open it and unleash the horror within to purge the school of those unworthy to study magic, by which he meant Muggleborns. The information merely confirmed what Death had already told Harry, though hearing it in an official capacity heightened the tension throughout the school. But who could be the heir of Slytherin now? Hermione wondered later in the common room. "Let's think," Ron said sarcastically. "Who do we know who thinks Muggleborns are scum?" "Malfoy," Harry agreed, playing along despite knowing Draco wasn't the heir. They devised a plan to confirm their suspicions using Polyjuice Potion. Hermione would brew it in secret, and they'd transform into Slytherins to question Malfoy directly. "It'll take a month to brew," Hermione warned as they gathered ingredients and established their base in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Harry agreed to the plan, seeing it as useful cover for his real activities monitoring Ginny and the diary. The fact that Moaning Myrtle's bathroom contained the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was an irony not lost on him. November brought the first Quidditch match against Slytherin, featuring their new Seeker, Draco Malfoy, and 7 new Nimbus 2001 broomsticks purchased by his father. The game quickly turned dangerous when a rogue bludger targeted Harry exclusively, breaking his arm before he caught the snitch. The real disaster came afterward, when Lockhart attempted to heal Harry's broken arm and instead removed all the bones entirely. In the hospital wing that night, as Skeelgrow painfully regrew his bones, Harry received an unexpected visitor. Dobby appeared at the foot of his bed, confessing to charming the bludger in another attempt to send Harry home for his own safety. History is to repeat itself. The Chamber of Secrets is open once more, the elf moaned before disappearing with a crack as footsteps approached. Dumbledore and McGonagall entered, carrying a petrified Colin Creevey, the second victim. "He was found on the stairs with his camera," McGonagall explained. "We think he was trying to sneak up here to visit Potter." Dumbledore pried the camera from Colin's rigid hands, but the film had been melted by whatever he'd photographed. "What does this mean, Albus?" McGonagall whispered. "It means the Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again," Dumbledore replied gravely. After they left, Death materialized beside Harry's bed. "The basilisk claims its second victim," Death said quietly. "I should have stopped it," Harry whispered back. "I knew it was coming." "Some events must unfold according to their nature," Death counseled. "No deaths will occur if we intervene at the right moment. But the diary must believe its plan succeeds until we're ready to strike." Harry wasn't entirely satisfied with this approach, but trusted Death's broader perspective. "When will we act?" "Soon. The diary grows stronger with each attack. By absorbing Ginny's life force, Tom Riddle prepares to make his return." Death moved closer. "But before the final confrontation, you must locate the chamber yourself and learn to control the basilisk." "Control it? How?" "You are a Parselmouth, Harry Potter. The basilisk will respond to commands in the serpent tongue, regardless of who issues them. Tom Riddle has no exclusive claim to its loyalty." The plan that took shape over subsequent nights was bold. Harry would find the chamber entrance, enter without confronting the basilisk directly, then prepare for the final showdown when Riddle eventually took Ginny into the chamber. December arrived with a flurry of excitement about the dueling club Lockhart announced. Harry attended with Ron and Hermione, only to find Snape assisting as Lockhart's dueling partner. "This could be educational after all," Harry murmured as Snape sent Lockhart flying backward with a simple Expelliarmus. When students paired off to practice, Harry found himself facing Malfoy under Snape's watchful eye. "Scared, Potter?" Malfoy sneered. "You wish," Harry replied calmly. Malfoy struck first with a Serpensortia, that conjured a black snake onto the floor between them. As the snake advanced toward Justin Finch Fletchley, Harry instinctively called out in Parseltongue. "Leave him alone." The snake immediately subsided, but the damage was done. The entire hall stared at Harry in horror. "What are you playing at?" Justin demanded before fleeing the room. The revelation of Harry's Parseltongue ability transformed the school's attitude overnight. Suddenly, many believed Harry himself was the heir of Slytherin. Students avoided him in corridors, whispered behind his back, and gave him a wide berth in classes. "They'll move on to the next piece of gossip eventually," Ron assured him, though he looked uncomfortable with the development himself. Hermione was more practical. "This actually helps our Polyjuice plan. With everyone suspecting you, no one will look at the real culprit." The Polyjuice potion neared completion as Christmas approached. Meanwhile, Harry continued his detection monitoring, noting with alarm how frequently Ginny now used the diary. Dark circles had formed under her eyes, and she barely spoke even to her brothers. "I'm worried about her," Harry told Ron and Hermione. "She doesn't seem well." "Percy says she's having nightmares," Ron admitted. "Wakes up screaming sometimes." Another attack struck just before Christmas, Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick both petrified. Finding Harry at the scene, Peeves spread the news throughout the castle: "Attack! Attack! Another attack! No mortal or ghost is safe." Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office afterward, their first private meeting since the Philosopher's Stone incident. The circular office fascinated Harry, particularly Fawkes the Phoenix, who burst into flames upon their arrival. "About time, too," Dumbledore remarked. "He's been looking dreadful for days." After explaining the Phoenix life cycle, Dumbledore turned to more serious matters. "I must ask you, Harry, is there anything you'd like to tell me? Anything at all?" Harry met the headmaster's gaze steadily, maintaining his mental shields. "No, Professor. Nothing." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. "Very well. But remember, Harry, my door is always open to you." The encounter left Harry unsettled. Dumbledore clearly suspected something, though whether about the chamber specifically or Harry's unusual abilities more generally remained unclear. Christmas arrived with few students remaining at Hogwarts. The Polyjuice plan proceeded on Christmas Day, with Hermione adding final ingredients to the potion in Myrtle's bathroom. "It's ready," she announced, ladling the thick, mud-like substance into 3 glasses. They added hairs from Crabbe, Goyle, and Millicent Bulstrode, though Hermione's turned out to be cat hair, resulting in a partial transformation that sent her to the hospital wing. Harry and Ron successfully infiltrated the Slytherin common room, only to discover that Malfoy knew nothing about the chamber's heir. "I wish I knew who it is," Malfoy complained. "I could help them." Returning to Gryffindor Tower after the failed mission, Harry found an unexpected gift on his bed, a small, ancient book bound in cracked leather. From Dumbledore, the attached note read simply. Opening it, Harry discovered a treatise on mental magic, occlumency and legilimency, far beyond what would normally be accessible to second years. A test, death confirmed when Harry showed him that night. Dumbledore suspects your mental shields and offers knowledge to see what you'll do with it. Should I read it? Absolutely. Incorporate what's useful, but maintain the shields I've taught you. Dumbledore's methods differ from mine in key aspects. January passed with no new attacks, giving the school false hope that the danger had passed. Harry used the quiet period to locate the chamber entrance, slipping into Myrtle's bathroom late one night under his invisibility cloak. "Who's there?" the ghost demanded as Harry removed his cloak. "It's just me, Myrtle. Harry Potter." She floated closer, unusually interested. "The other ghosts talk about you, you know. They say you're different. Special. Do they?" Harry approached the sink he knew concealed the entrance. "Can I ask how you died, Myrtle?" The question delighted rather than offended her. "Oh, it was dreadful," she said with relish. "It happened right here in this very bathroom. I was crying because Olive Hornby teased me about my glasses. I heard somebody come in, a boy, speaking some funny language. I opened the stall to tell him to go away, and then. Her face grew solemn. I died. Just like that? Harry prompted. You don't remember seeing anything? Just a pair of great, big, yellow eyes. Over there, by that sink. She pointed to exactly the sink Harry had been examining. He nodded, inspecting it closer. There, on the side of the copper tap, was a tiny snake etched into the metal. Thanks, Myrtle, he said. You've been very helpful. He didn't open the chamber that night, the time wasn't right, but now he knew precisely where the entrance was and how to access it when needed. February brought Valentine's Day and Lockhart's morale-boosting idea of having dwarfs dressed as cupids deliver messages throughout the school. Harry received an embarrassing singing valentine that left him mortified, especially when Malfoy noticed the diary, which Ginny had discarded after seeing Harry with it, among his spilled possessions. Harry kept the diary, recognizing the opportunity to communicate directly with Riddle. That night, alone in his dormitory, he opened the blank book and wrote, "My name is Harry Potter." The words shimmered and disappeared, replaced by Riddle's elegant script, "Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you come by my diary?" The conversation that followed was a careful dance, Harry revealing enough to maintain Riddle's interest while concealing his true knowledge. Riddle eventually showed Harry his memory of catching Hagrid with the monster 50 years ago, a deliberate misdirection Harry pretended to believe. Convincing performance, Death commented afterward. Riddle suspects nothing of your true understanding. What now? Harry asked. Ginny no longer has the diary. She will attempt to steal it back. Riddle's hold on her remained strong. Death moved closer. The final confrontation approaches, Harry Potter. Soon Riddle will take her into the chamber, and you must be prepared to follow. Their preparation intensified over subsequent nights. Death taught Harry the specific Parseltongue commands that would control the basilisk, techniques for avoiding its deadly gaze, and most importantly, how to destroy a Horcrux. The diary can be destroyed by basilisk venom, Death explained. Few substances are powerful enough to destroy a Horcrux: fiend fire, basilisk venom, certain ancient rituals. The chamber conveniently provides one method. And Ginny? Harry asked, concerned for her well-being. Will survive if you act quickly enough. As Riddle drains her life force, there will be a period where both exist simultaneously, him becoming more solid, her fading but not yet gone. Destroy the diary in that window, and she will recover fully. Easter holidays arrived with second years receiving subject selection forms for their third year. Harry consulted with Death about his choices. Divination is largely theatrics, though true seers exist, Death advised. Ancient runes and arithmancy offer more substantial magical foundations. Care of magical creatures could prove useful given your Parseltongue ability. Harry selected his subjects carefully, noting with approval that Hermione had chosen every available option. The next Quidditch match approached, Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, but never took place. Just before the teams were to head to the pitch, McGonagall announced its cancellation. There has been another double attack, she informed them gravely. Hermione Granger and Penelope Clearwater. Harry felt as though the ground had disappeared beneath him. Hermione, his brilliant, loyal friend, now lay petrified in the hospital wing. I should have prevented this, he told Death that night, voice cracking with emotion. I knew the attacks would continue. I could have stopped them. Your grief does you credit, Death replied, more gently than usual. But remember our broader purpose. Hermione will be restored when the mandrakes mature. Had you intervened earlier, the diary might have hidden itself, becoming far more dangerous in the long term. Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but the attack on Hermione strengthened his resolve to end this once and for all. The final phase began when Ron noticed Ginny acting strangely at breakfast. She looked like she wanted to tell us something important, he reported after she fled the table. But Percy interrupted, and she ran off. The diary, Harry said immediately. She knows something about the chamber. That evening, the announcement they'd been dreading came: a student had been taken into the chamber itself. The message on the wall now read, "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." "It's Ginny," McGonagall told the ashen-faced staff. "Ginny Weasley." As the teachers dispersed to return students to their dormitories, Harry pulled Ron aside. "We need to go to Lockhart," he said urgently. "Tell him what we know about the chamber." "Lockhart? That fraud?" Ron looked incredulous, but followed Harry to the defense professor's office, where they discovered him packing to flee. "Going somewhere?" Harry asked coldly. The confrontation that followed revealed Lockhart's true nature, a fraud who had stolen others' accomplishments through memory charms. With wands raised, Harry and Ron forced him to accompany them to Myrtle's bathroom. "Ginny's my sister," Ron said fiercely. "You're going to help us save her, or I'll make you wish you'd never been born." In the bathroom, Harry approached the sink with the snake carving. "Open," he commanded in Parseltongue. The sink receded, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide down. With Ron's wand at his back, Lockhart went first, followed by Ron, then Harry. They landed in a damp tunnel lined with small animal bones. Proceeding cautiously, they encountered a massive snakeskin that sent Lockhart into a faint, or so it appeared. The professor seized Ron's broken wand and attempted to obliviate them, only for the spell to backfire spectacularly, causing a cave-in that separated Harry from the others. "Ron! Are you okay?" Harry called through the rock pile. "I'm fine," came Ron's muffled reply. "Lockhart's got himself good, though, doesn't remember who he is." "Go on, Harry. Try to find Ginny while I shift some of this rock." Alone now, Harry continued down the tunnel until he reached a solid wall carved with serpents. "Open," he hissed, and the wall parted. The Chamber of Secrets stretched before him, a long, dimly lit hall lined with stone serpents, ending in a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin. At its foot lay a small, black-robed figure with flaming red hair. "Ginny!" Harry rushed forward, dropping to his knees beside her. Her face was white as marble, and her closed eyes stood out starkly against her freckles. "Ginny, please wake up." "She won't wake," said a soft voice. Harry looked up to see a tall, black-haired boy leaning against a nearby pillar, Tom Riddle, somehow growing more solid by the minute. The diary lay beside Ginny's motionless form. "What do you mean, she won't wake?" Harry demanded, maintaining his pretense of ignorance. "Is she?" "She's still alive, but only just." Riddle's voice was calm, almost casual. "I've waited a long time for this, Harry Potter. For the chance to see you. To speak to you. How are you here?" Harry asked, edging closer to Ginny and the diary. "Are you a ghost?" "A memory," Riddle replied. "Preserved in a diary for 50 years. What followed was a carefully choreographed dialogue, Harry playing the confused hero, Riddle revealing his true identity as Lord Voldemort. All the while, Harry maneuvered closer to the diary, waiting for the right moment. "Now, I'm going to teach you a little lesson," Riddle said finally. "Let's match the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Slytherin, against famous Harry Potter." He turned to the statue of Slytherin and called out in Parseltongue, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The statue's mouth opened, and something stirred within its depths. Harry closed his eyes as he heard the basilisk slithering onto the chamber floor. "Kill him," Riddle commanded in Parseltongue. Harry opened his mouth and spoke in the same serpent language, using the command Death had taught him, "Stop. I am a speaker. You must obey me." The basilisk hesitated, confused by conflicting commands from two Parselmouths. "What are you doing?" Riddle demanded, shocked. "How do you know those commands?" Harry opened his eyes, careful to look only at Riddle, not the basilisk. "There's a lot you don't know about me, Tom." For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Riddle's handsome face. "Kill him," he commanded the basilisk again, more forcefully. I outrank him. Harry countered in Parseltongue. I am the chosen of death itself. Obey me. The massive serpent swayed, caught between masters. In that moment of confusion, Harry lunged for the diary, drawing the basilisk fong he'd secretly picked up from the chamber floor. No! Riddle screamed, realizing his intention. But it was too late. Harry plunged the venom-soaked fong directly into the heart of the diary. Ink spurted from the book like blood, and Riddle's scream became a physical force echoing throughout the chamber. His form writhed and twisted, light shooting through him as he disintegrated. Then silence fell. Harry turned to the basilisk, which remained frozen in confusion. Return to your resting place, he commanded in Parseltongue. Sleep until called again. The great serpent obeyed, sliding back into the statue's mouth, which closed behind it. A soft moan came from the floor as Ginny stirred, color slowly returning to her cheeks. Harry knelt beside her, helping her sit up as she came to her senses. Harry, she whispered, then burst into tears. Oh, Harry, it was me, but I didn't mean to, Riddle made me, it's all right, he soothed. Riddle's gone. The diary's destroyed. You're safe now. As he comforted the distraught girl, Harry sensed a familiar presence materializing in the shadows of the chamber. Well done, Harry Potter, Death said softly, visible only to him. The first Horcrux is destroyed. Harry nodded slightly, acknowledging Death while continuing to console Ginny. After she calmed somewhat, he helped her to her feet. Let's get out of here, he suggested. Ron's waiting. Leading Ginny back through the tunnel, Harry reflected on what he'd accomplished and what still lay ahead. One Horcrux down, several more to find. Voldemort still existed in his wraith form, seeking resurrection. And Dumbledore would have many questions about what had transpired in the chamber. They reached the rock fall, where Ron had created a small opening. Ginny, he cried, reaching through to hug his sister. You're alive. What happened? I'll explain everything later, Harry promised as they squeezed through the gap. We need to get back up to the castle. Their exit from the chamber came via an unexpected source, Fawkes the Phoenix, who had somehow found his way to them. The magnificent bird carried them up the pipe one by one, depositing them in Myrtle's bathroom. You're alive, the ghost said, sounding oddly disappointed. Sorry to disappoint you, Harry replied with a small smile. Fawkes led them through the corridors to McGonagall's office, where they found not just the deputy headmistress, but Dumbledore, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and, to Harry's dismay, Lucius Malfoy. What followed was a carefully edited explanation of events. Harry described finding the diary among his possessions, learning about Riddle's false accusation against Hagrid, and eventually discovering the chamber entrance after hearing about Ginny's abduction. But how did you survive the basilisk? McGonagall asked, wide-eyed. Harry produced the sword he'd found in the chamber after destroying the diary, the sword of Gryffindor, which had appeared when he demonstrated true Gryffindor courage. It wasn't the whole truth, but it provided a plausible explanation for his victory. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes suggested he suspected there was more to the story, but he accepted Harry's account without pressing for details. The most satisfying moment came when Harry tricked Lucius Malfoy into freeing Dobby by hiding a sock within the ruined diary and returning it to its original owner. The house elf's jubilation at his freedom, and Malfoy's thwarted rage, provided a moment of lightness after the chamber's darkness. That night, after the celebrations and explanations had concluded, Harry met with Death in a secluded corner of the grounds under his invisibility cloak. The diary is destroyed, but Voldemort has more Horcruxes, Harry said. How do we find them? Some we already know, Death replied. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, the Gaunt family ring. Others may exist that even I cannot perceive clearly. And the piece inside me? That requires special handling, Death said carefully. There are rituals that might separate it without harming you, but they require preparation. They discussed next steps until dawn approached. As Death began to fade, Harry asked the question that had been bothering him since the chamber. In the chamber, when I commanded the basilisk. I called myself the chosen of death. Was that true? Is that what I am? Death studied him for a long moment. You are many things, Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The seventh-month child of prophecy. The accidental Horcrux. A pause. And yes, in a sense, my chosen. The first mortal in centuries to walk with me by choice rather than necessity. Harry nodded, absorbing this. What does that make me, then? Not quite living, not quite dead. It makes you uniquely positioned to face what comes next, Death replied. Neither Voldemort nor Dumbledore truly understands the power you wield, not merely magical ability, but perspective. You see beyond the binary of light and dark, life and death. As the school year drew to a close, Harry maintained his careful balance, celebrating the revival of the petrified students when the Mandrake restorative draft was administered, accepting praise for solving the chamber mystery, and spending time with Ron and Hermione. His reunion with Hermione was particularly emotional. You solved it, she cried, hugging him tightly in the great hall. You actually solved it. We couldn't have done it without you, Harry replied honestly. Your research about the basilisk was what helped us figure it all out. In the final days before summer, Harry noticed Ginny watching him with a mixture of gratitude, embarrassment, and something deeper. After dinner one evening, she approached him hesitantly in the common room. Can I talk to you, Harry? Privately. They stepped into a quiet corridor, where Ginny twisted her hands nervously. I wanted to thank you properly, she began. For saving me. But also. I need to ask you something. Harry waited patiently. In the chamber, when you were talking to the basilisk, she continued in a whisper, you said something strange. About being the chosen of death. I was barely conscious, but I heard it. What did you mean? Harry studied her carefully. The experience with the diary had changed Ginny, made her more perceptive, more aware of magic's deeper currents. If I tell you, you can't share it with anyone, he said finally. Not your family, not even Ron. Ginny nodded solemnly. I know how to keep secrets. When I was 6 years old, Harry began quietly, I found an object called the Resurrection Stone while gardening at my aunt and uncle's house. When I touched it, death itself appeared to me. Ginny's eyes widened, but she didn't interrupt. Death has been my teacher, my guide, ever since, Harry continued. That's how I knew about the chamber, about the basilisk commands. That's how I've learned magic beyond what we're taught at Hogwarts. Is that why the ghosts act strangely around you? Ginny asked perceptively. Harry nodded. They sense my connection to death. Just as you did, in the chamber. Sharing life force with Tom made me more sensitive to magical auras, Ginny admitted. I can see something different about yours now. Like a shadow that's not quite a shadow. They talked for nearly an hour, Harry explaining parts of his journey that he'd never shared with anyone else. Ginny listened without judgment, occasionally asking insightful questions that surprised him with their perception. So what happens now, she asked finally. With you-know-who still out there somewhere? He'll try to return again, Harry said honestly. And I'll have to stop him. But next time, I'll be better prepared. Their conversation created an unexpected bond, not romantic, but a deep understanding based on shared trauma and secrets. Ginny became the first person besides Harry to know about death, a confidant who understood the weight he carried. The leaving feast brought Gryffindor another House Cup victory and the welcome news that exams had been cancelled as a school treat. Hagrid returned from Azkaban to thunderous applause, and Dumbledore announced that, unfortunately, Professor Lockhart would be unable to return next year due to his need to recover his memory. On the Hogwarts Express home, Harry sat with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, enjoying these final hours with his friends before returning to Privet Drive. When Hermione mentioned writing over the summer, Harry had an idea. Here, he said, tearing a piece of parchment into thirds. Write your telephone numbers. I'll call you both instead of trying to use Owl Post. That way my aunt and uncle can't stop me communicating. The strategy worked well for Ron, whose father's fascination with Muggle technology meant they actually had a telephone, despite rarely using it. For Hermione, the Muggle method was perfectly natural. As the train pulled into King's Cross, Hermione hugged Harry tightly. "You're different this year," she whispered. "Stronger somehow. If you ever want to talk about it." Harry squeezed her back. "Maybe someday," he promised. Uncle Vernon waited at the barrier, as purple-faced and unwelcoming as ever. Before joining him, Harry turned to his friends with a grin. "See you soon," he said confidently. "This summer will be different. I promise." They had no idea how true that statement would be. With Death's continuing guidance, Harry had plans for the summer, plans involving Sirius Black, whose escape from Azkaban Death had foreseen, and the next stages of preparation for his eventual confrontation with Voldemort. As he followed Uncle Vernon to the car, Harry felt the resurrection stone warm in his pocket, a reminder that wherever he went, Death walked beside him. The boy who lived had become the master of Death, and the wizarding world would never be the same. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.